Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Livingstone Range School Division Organizational Board meeting subsequent to an election. And so first of all, I am Jeff Perry, and I am the Associate Superintendent of Business Services, and I will be chair until we determine who the board chair will be with the newly elected board. But first of all, congratulations to all of you on being elected to represent the Livingstone Range School Division. We had elections in all 3 wards, so you are the individuals that have been selected by your communities to represent them here on the board, and so I congratulate you on that. So, and you have all been here for before, and so are familiar with the process, which will bring a lot of continuity to the work that's going forward. So I will call the meeting to order at 9:04, and we will have a land acknowledgement by Trustee Kathy Charchin.
Okay, welcome to our division office located on the traditional land and territory of the Niitsitapi, Piikani, Kainai, and Siksika, the Blackfoot people, within the Treaty 7 region of southern Alberta.
Thank you, Trustee Charchin. We will now stand and have O Canada, and I believe Nikki will play that for us.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Okay, and we thank Zoe Nelson from Fort Macleod for sharing her talents with us in O Canada. So the first item on the agenda is oath of office. As you've each been newly elected, you have the opportunity to provide an oath of office to demonstrate your commitment to the board, and so we will start with that. And so I will come around and witness as each of you take the oath of office or solemn affirmation for the role of trustee, and then I will witness that. So we'll start on my right with Trustee Charchin, and we'll go the opposite direction.
I, Kathy Charchin, solemnly affirm that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute according to the law the office of the school trustee for Livingstone Range School Division.
I, Gregory Long, swear that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute according to the law the office of school trustee for Livingstone Range School Division, so help me God.
I, Bradley Toon, swear that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute, according to the law, the office of school trustee for Livingstone Range School Division, so help me God.
I, Laura Lee Hodges, swear that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute accordingly to the law the office of school trustee for Livingston Range School Division. So help me God.
I, Clara Yeager, swear that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute according to the law the office of the school trustee for Livingston Range School Division. So help me God.
I, Carla Gimber, solemnly affirm that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute according to the law the office of school trustee for Livingston Range School Division.
I, James Burdett, swear that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute according to the law the office of School Board Trustee for Livingston Range School Division. So help me God.
I'll collect those after. Okay, thank you, everyone. You are now sworn in or have affirmed that and officially can conduct business on behalf of the Livingston Range School Division as school trustee. So I think you should give each of yourselves a round of applause. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is B1, pecuniary interest. Trustees are expected to avoid conflicts of interest with respect to their fiduciary duties and in all matters considered by the board. An actual or potential conflict of interest exists when a trustee is confronted with an issue in which the trustee has a personal interest or financial interest, or an issue or circumstance that could render the member unable to devote complete loyalty and singleness of purpose to the interests of the organization. So I have provided in advance to each of you a summary of Section 85 of the Education Act, which speaks to the pecuniary interest of trustees. And so I won't go through it in detail, but the first item that it says on there is a pecuniary interest is defined as an interest in a matter that could monetarily affect the trustee or person, entities closely related to the trustee. In simple terms, it's any issue that comes before the board where a financial gain or loss could occur for you or one of your closely connected entities, and then it goes into more detail as far as a summary. So that's important to note because the second item that I have provided to you in advance is a school trustee disclosure of information form. And that's according to Section 86 of the Education Act. And so it requires that each trustee provide information on the following three areas: the names and employment information of the trustee and trustee spouse or adult interdependent partner, the names of the corporation, partnerships, firms, governments, or persons in which the trustee has a pecuniary interest, and the names of the corporations, partnerships, firms, governments, or persons in which the trustee's spouse or adult interdependent partner or children under 18 years of age have a pecuniary interest. And so I've provided that with you, and so what ends up happening is that you complete that form, provide it to me, and I keep it on record and provide a copy to each of the trustees. So everybody has an understanding. And so that is there any questions or comments that anyone wants to make with regards to that item? Okay, if not, we'll move on to section C, emergent changes to the agenda. I need a motion that the October 27th, 25 organizational board meeting agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Trustee Toon. Is there any questions, comments, or anything to be added to the agenda? This is our organizational meeting. We'll have a regular meeting after this. Okay, I will call the question. All those in favor that the October 27, 2025 organizational board meeting agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented. All in favor? Carried. Okay, section D, declaration of conflict of interest, that the Board of Trustees declare if they have any conflicts of interest relating to agenda items from the October 27th, 2025 organizational board meeting, and if so, should declare them. Is there any to declare? Okay. None there. Okay. Section E, superintendent comments. We have the privilege of a fairly new superintendent that's with us that will speak to the newly elected board and provide a few comments. So, Superintendent Beaton.
Intriguing. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to your first board meeting officially as a group. Congratulations to each of you on your election, and thank you for your commitment to the students, families, and staff of Livingstone Range School Division. Last week during our board orientation, we spent time reflecting on alignment and commitment. The conversation wasn't simply an exercise about governance. It was an expression of what makes a board effective and unified in its service to public education. Alignment doesn't mean uniformity. It means clarity. Clarity about why we exist and what we are here to do as a group. It means ensuring that our decisions, our discussions, and our relationships all point in the same direction, toward high-quality learning opportunities, toward the well-being of our students, and toward the thriving of the rural communities that we serve. Public education is one of the cornerstones of democracy. It's the promise that every student, no matter where they live, their circumstance, or their story, deserves access to learning that helps them reach their full potential. In rural Alberta, our schools are often the heart of the communities. They are places where learning, connection, and belonging intersect. Supporting strong rural public education is not only an educational responsibility, it is an act of community stewardship. So, thank you for the work you've done to arrive here, and for the leadership you'll offer in the months ahead. I look forward to the journey that we are all going to take together, a journey grounded in alignment, guided by purpose, and inspired by our shared belief in the power of every student every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Beaton. Okay, so we are now prepared to go through the election process to identify a board chair for the newly elected board. There's a couple items that we just need to take care of in advance of that, and the first is the appointment of ballot counters if required. So typically we have two individuals so that they can be witness to that process. In past, we have used Associate Superintendent Feller, and I'm thinking Superintendent Beaton. Is everyone okay with that? Okay, so we'll put those names down. So can I get a motion that the Board of Trustees appoint Superintendent Beaton and Associate or Deputy Superintendent Feller as ballot counters? Trustee Yeagas? All in favor? That is carried. Okay. Okay, election of officers. So I will now go through the procedures that we've used in the past for elections and allow for opportunity to discuss and debate. I'm sure that everybody's okay with those. Rules of procedure for the election of chair and vice chair is that we call 3 times for interested trustees to put forward their name for position of chair and subsequently vice chair. We then record any interested individuals. Candidates will have an opportunity to speak to the position in alphabetical order by last name. Voting will be by secret ballot. Ballots will be counted by the 2 administrative staff members that were recently appointed. If there is a tie, a second vote with the top 2 names will be held. If there continues to be a tie after the second vote, then a name will be withdrawn from a hat. Any questions or comments in relation to the rules of procedure for the elections? Everybody understands? Clear? Yep, Trustee Long.
Rules state that you will ask 3 times if there's somebody who wants to run for a position. Are we able at any time to nominate someone? Or is that contrary to the rules?
I don't think it's contrary to the rules to indicate your support for another individual, but they would have to accept. Trustee Toon, do you have a comment?
We actually went away from nominations of other individual trustees. There was a challenge in the past where you had 3 or 4 people running and everyone on the board could either be nominating or running. So we went to self-nomination. There was a motion previously to just go to self because of the logistics of a small board and lots of interest, but it's at the will of the board if they wish to do something different. But we had a motion that stated self-nomination previously.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Trustee Long. Does that help?
Yeah, if that's the will of the board, I'm going to follow it.
Okay. All right, unless someone has a different perspective and motion, then we'll continue with that. Okay. All right, with that, I will make the first call for interested parties in the position, or interested trustees in the position to put forth their name for board chair. Okay, Trustee Toon and Trustee Hodges. Okay, I will make a second call for trustees interested in putting their name forward for board chair. I will make a third call for interested trustees to put forth their name for board chair. Okay, Trustee Kimber is putting forth her name. Okay, going. All right. Thank you. So we have 3 individuals that have put forward their name for board chair. We will provide them with an opportunity to speak to their desire to run for board chair, and we'll do so in the alphabetical order of their last name. So we'll go Gimber, and then we'll go Hodges, and then we'll go Toon. So Trustee Gimber, would you like to speak to that?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So as many of you know, I am definitely interested in the chair position. I think that I bring a lot of great organizational skills, time management skills. I'm going to be frank and honest right now, though, and I am going to say that I believe that people should work into a role. And the reason I was reluctant on the nominations was because I think that I should be in a vice chair role first before moving into a chair role. So that is why I had some hesitation there. But I would be honored to have your vote and see how I could do as chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Before we jump to Trustee Hodges, can I get a motion to cease nominations?
Oh, yeah.
Trustee Charchin? All in favor? Okay, thank you. Okay, sorry about that, Trustee Hodges. Will you now go ahead and
Thank
lead
you.
your comments?
As previous board chair, I have enjoyed my time and would again love to lead this board, help lead this board. It's not about leading, it's about being a team and working together. I've shown that I'm capable of fulfilling my role. Yeah, there were a few bumps in our four-year terms, but I believe that we navigated through them very successfully. And a lot of learning was had in those 4 years too. I believe this board has great potential, and I would love to be the board chair again for the next 2 years. So that's why I'm asking for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Trustee Toon.
Thank you. I just want to say I appreciate the other nominees putting their names forward. This is really, there's a lot going on externally and internally with the board. And that's why I feel that I needed to step up. The last couple months as vice chair have really opened my eyes to how much is on the plate currently of our superintendent and how we need to make sure boards were being, as the board, we're being efficient and strategic in all our decisions because it affects administration and teachers in the classroom and students. So we need to do, I think we need to set the example of doing more and making sure that we're doing our due diligence and saving as many dollars as possible as a board ourselves, because those dollars can be used in the classroom. So that would be the reason why we've had a bumpy 4 years, and I think that without change at the top, we're setting ourselves up for failure because there isn't things in place currently to make sure that things don't go down some of those similar paths. So I believe that the best thing a board can do is having everyone be a leader, and that would be my role as chair to help facilitate the work of the board and be a servant leader. So that's why I ask for your vote.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Okay, Deputy Superintendent Feller, will you hand out a piece of paper to each of the individual trustees? So you will be putting a name on that paper. There's only one position, so the individual trustees that are running are Trustee Gimber, Trustee Hodges, and Trustee Toon. So if you could put one name on there, then Deputy Superintendent Feller will pick those up in the bowl, and Superintendent Beaton and Deputy Superintendent Feller will go and count those and bring back the results. Okay, thank you. So I would like to declare Trustee Toon as the board chair for the next 2 years, I believe. And then okay, so congratulations to Trustee Toon. We'll take a 5-minute break and allow Trustee Toon to get in place and be able to carry on from the agenda. So 5-minute break.
And I will call us back to order and just start off by saying thank you to the board for the opportunity to serve as chair. I really appreciate the willingness of all board members to come back and put their names forward to run again. And I think we have an amazing board with a ton of experience, and we're really going to hit the ground running after this meeting. I would now ask for the first call for nominations for the position of vice chair. Carla Gimber, Greg Long, And I will ask for a second call for nominations for the position of vice chair. Jim Burdette. Yeah. And I will have a third and final call for nominations. Trustee Long withdraws his name. And can I get a motion to cease nominations? Trustee Yegas. All those in favor? Carried. We will now have our vote for vice chair after we go by alphabetical order to allow the candidates to speak. And we'll start with Trustee Burdette.
Well, I guess I'm thinking that we need leadership, and I think Brad will do a good job. I think he just needs help. So that's what I'm volunteering to do, is help Brad. And so I believe in this school division. I believe in what we're doing here, and that's why I want to put my name up for vice chair.
Trustee Gimber.
Thank you very much. I ran for vice chair last time and was not successful, so this is something that I have been wanting for the last 2 years. Now we're going on 3 years here. Anyway, I have fantastic organizational skills, time management skills. I'm known as a great note taker, which I think is important for our board to make sure that things are being captured and followed through on. I can work with Brad, so I don't think that's a problem. I really want this. I really do, and I would really appreciate your support in becoming vice chair, so I can learn all of the stuff that goes into being chair, so I can put my name forward and feel good about putting my name forward next time.
Thank you both very much. We will now proceed to vote. And I would like to congratulate Trustee Burdette as vice chair. Can I now get a motion to destroy the ballots? Trustee Hodges. Thank you. All those in favor? Carried. We will move on in our agenda to H1, regular meeting dates. The proposed dates are laid out as follows, commencing at 9 a.m. in the meeting package. Can I get a recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the meeting dates as presented or amended? Trustee Long. And I will open it up for discussion. Trustee Gimmer.
Thank you. Tuesdays are not good at all for me. My daughter attends daycare or does not attend kindergarten on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and I don't have any childcare, and childcare is not available. So I would request that we do not have our meeting dates on Tuesdays or Thursdays.
Trustee Long.
Trustee Gimber, would you recommend a day? So like, is Wednesday better?
Yeah, Monday, Wednesday, or Friday would be fine during the days, or any evening I can make work. I just don't have childcare.
Trustee Charchin.
I just want to say that I'm flexible, and I think it's important that obviously we can all be here, so I would be in favor of finding an alternate day.
Trustee Long.
Is Wednesday a day that central admin can make?
Wednesdays will be very difficult for us as most CAS events start on Wednesdays. So making board meeting days on Wednesdays are going to be tough, for sure.
Trustee Burdette and Trustee Hodges.
Yeah, Tuesdays for me as well. I have several things that start right after board meetings. And so if we run over time, then I'm going to be stressed on a Tuesday. So I would prefer a different day as well. But I'm pretty open to any other day.
Trustee Hodges and Trustee Gimmer.
Thank you. Mondays always work really well for me. I don't work those days. Thursdays are not a good day for me, but I am flexible in the evenings and Monday. Potentially Wednesday too, sorry.
I should add that this will only be an issue for me for this school year, unless they change the days that kids are going to kindergarten due to the circumstances in our environment right now. So it would only be up until, this school year that it'll be a problem. Then she'll be in school full time and it won't be an issue.
Trustee Charchin.
Is it appropriate to make an amendment? Okay, help me. I would like to amend, I know we can't, do we want to identify the exact dates right now? Would like to make an amendment that we make them Mondays, and we'd need time to change those dates.
Okay.
And if I'm messing up, then let me know.
No, if the amendment is to move to Mondays, I would maybe propose that we table this to later on and the dates come back listed, because it's a lot of work for Nikki to populate that, and that way we can make sure that if there is any conflict because of a holiday or something, that can be brought forward as well, because I know that was something that.
It's also going to depend on availability of the facility, right?
Yeah. That great point, Trustee Charchin. So that way, even to table it to later today, we could come back with the right dates. So we're discussing actual dates and not potential. Is there anyone opposed to tabling this item with the proposed amendment researched for later today? Seeing none.
Sorry, just a question of, are we going to move it then to our regular board meeting, Trustee Toon, or are we just going to move it to the end of this meeting?
I think we could move it to later today. Well, we're selecting our committees, so that could take a while too, but depending on when the information is available, we could come back with it. Trustee Charlton?
Okay, I just wanted to know just time.
I'm just wondering if we should be checking with Nikki to see if by the end of the day is even a reasonable time. Thank you.
Great point. Okay, seeing no opposition, all those in favor of tabling the motion till later today? That is carried. I have a sinking feeling that this next agenda item might go the similar route. Can I ask somebody to make the motion that the trustees approve the meeting of the whole dates as presented or amended? Trustee Long. So we have those dates laid out as well. Again, it was a Tuesday. Trustee Hodges?
I'm going to recommend that we do the same thing we did to our previous one and table this to coincide to later in the day when we also can have those dates.
Just a question for clarity. Are we asking for this
Yes.
motion to be amended to Mondays as well?
Yeah, I will make
Perfect.
that motion and then also to table it.
Any opposition to tabling the motion with the proposed amendment to moving the dates till Monday? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. We will continue on in our agenda to I, trustee remuneration. In response to the September 22nd, 2025 board motion that the Board of Trustees approve the changes as amended and for the new board to have final approval in the October 2025 meeting. The Board of Trustees will review the trustee remuneration as approved by the old board for final approval. We have a recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the trustee remuneration as presented or amended. Can I get somebody to make that motion, please? Trustee Charchin? Is there anything that needs to be highlighted, Mr. Perry, on this?
So I think Nikki provided a document in your package that represents what we believe the previous motion would change the remuneration to. So if all of you have had the opportunity to look at that and have no just questions or comments in relation to how she laid that out, then I don't think there's anything else other than that. So.
Any discussion, Trustee Gimber?
I am just curious when the approved list for PD will be developed.
Difficult question so early, Trustee Gimber. I think that that's a great one, and we could possibly have a motion arising after this one to create that, and whose assignment that would fall under. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor that the Board of Trustees approve the trustee remuneration as presented. All those in favor? That is carried. And the next is our committees. Do we have anything coming forward? Trustee Gimber?
Actually have a notice of motion that I'd like to put forward. And it will be to dissolve the timesheet committee into the audit committee.
So is that notice of motion for our next board meeting, or motion arising to be dealt with at this current board meeting?
Yeah, current board meeting.
Okay, if it's a current, then it would be a motion arising, notice
Okay.
of motion would be placed on our next agenda. So as such, we have a motion to dissolve the trustee committee into the audit committee made by trustee Gimber. I will open it up to her, if there's no opposition to this coming forward, to speak to it. Seeing none, trustee Gimber, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I was doing a lot of thinking about the different committees that we have, and the timesheet committee has come up for discussion a few times, being that it's expensive for us to have it, and I think that there is a better fiscal use of our money to audit our timesheets. So there's quarterly audit meetings are required right now by the audit committee, and I think it would be something that could very easily be put into the terms of reference of the audit committee for them to do a high-level review of the timesheets, just looking for things that are glaringly obvious, because I think there is a level of trust we all have with each other that our timesheets are being submitted. There haven't been that many issues in the last 2 years that it's existed that are that substantial. So I think it's prudent that the audit committee are looking for things that are glaringly obvious, and it'll cut down on our fiscal costs.
Thank you, trustee Gimber. I have trustee Hodges.
Thank you, trustee Gimber. That's, the only thing I worry about on that one is that right now the remuneration or the timesheet committee sends them in once a month. And so I'm just wondering what that's going to look like and who will be submitting those timesheets. I agree, I like the idea of the audit committee having eyes on it with the public members. But I just think that then we need to find a process as to who's going to approve those timesheets then once a month and send them into finance. And so although the idea of it sounds good, I just wonder about the process and how that's going to work.
I have trustee Long, and then I'll allow you to speak to that, trustee Gimmer, if you want, and then I have trustee Yegus.
Without, is that working? Without somebody looking at these timesheets, signing off on them monthly, there isn't anybody monitoring, and I don't like that word, but somebody has to sign off every month and send those timesheets in to accounts payable, trustee timesheet. So I would be all right with the motion, except that the audit committee then needs to look at the timesheets every month, just as the timesheet committee does. So you really wouldn't be saving any money. And I will make a comment about that. If the timesheet committee meets for 5-10 minutes, we don't put in anything for remuneration. We have to have a substantial time involved, or we don't put anything in. We haven't made a claim the last 2 months because we didn't feel the meetings were long enough. So somebody's got to sign off on it. If you have the audit committee doing it, I'm not sure you're going to save money because they may be putting in for remuneration each month. I'd be against this. I would just leave it the way it is.
Yegus. I apologize. I even had a list and I didn't look down at the list. I have trustee Gimber and then trustee Yegus.
Okay, thank you. I think that how many other boards in Alberta have a timesheet committee that are looking at trustees' timesheets? I actually find it a little embarrassing that we even have to have a timesheet committee to look at our timesheets. When it comes to remuneration, we don't know who's going to be on this committee next time if we keep it, so they might be putting in for 15 minutes of work every month, which means $240 a month to look over timesheets of trusted officials who have been voted in by your constituents to be trusted people. It seems really contradictory to me that we even have this committee.
Trustee Yegus.
When we talk about the audit committee, though, we're also talking about, remember, 2 members who are outside of the trustees who sit on that committee, and they will have to be part of it because they are part of the audit committee. So you're going to have 2 members at large from the public sitting on approving our timesheets. I also think that that having the other, I agree that having this timesheet committee, I had problems with it, but I also think that this committee looks at those timesheets and can look at and approve what is on there. Somebody has to do this on a monthly basis, and we can't say that our secretary treasurer should be responsible for doing this. We do know there has been issues in the past, and I think at this point we need to see this committee continue on because there are too many issues if we turn it over to the audit committee.
You have Trustee Charchin.
I've heard a few times that many or most other school boards in our province do not have a timesheet committee. Can anybody tell me what their process looks like?
I can speak that most of the ones I'm aware of, it falls either administration or the role of the chair is to review those on a monthly basis, not volunteering for that by any means, but I think it's a great discussion around this. I have Trustee Long.
We made a change from having our associate superintendent of finance. That person used to look over the timesheets and the credit card accounts and sign off on them. And we made a change, so our feeling was the board should be responsible for the board, not somebody in central admin. I wonder if other boards, they might still have central administration signing off on their timesheets. Somebody has to do it.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Long. Trustee Burdette.
Well, I'm a little bit outside it because that didn't exist when I was here before. But I guess my question is, like, is there enough issues that we have to be signing off timesheets? That's just my question. Yeah, go ahead and answer.
I have Trustee Charchin and then Trustee Long. Okay, Trustee Long.
Mr. Perry, does somebody have to sign off on the timesheets, remuneration?
Someone has to verify that they're in line with the policies. So somebody does sign off.
I like what Chair Toon said about if we're the board, we should take care of it. Personally, I like the idea of the chair because it has a big vision view of everything that's going on. And I know it's one more duty, but that would be my recommendation.
Are you making an amendment to the motion, Trustee Charchin? So we have an amendment on the floor. I think that the amendment is not really in line with the intent of the original motion to dissolve it and move to another committee. So I think that this would be a subsequent motion. So as such, we will have both on the floor to debate simultaneously. If you'd like to speak to either of these, you can do so at this time, but we're only speaking to either of the amendments. Not amendments, either of the subsequent motions. Please, when I call on you, address which motion you are speaking to.
Me?
Yes. Sorry. Sorry.
Wasn't sure. Okay, thank you. I'm going to be speaking to the amendment or the subsequent motion around the board chair. I think that I think that's a really great idea. It can fall under chair duties and part of the monthly remuneration so that it's not an added cost. I think that somebody has to sign off onto these, and I mean, the board's responsible for the board. The chair should know what's happening with all board members, and so I think I like that one better instead of it coming to the audit committee to be reviewed monthly. I do though like the idea. Oh, sorry, I can only speak to one. Okay, I'll end it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Long, and then Trustee Gimber.
Now, we're definitely saving on remuneration, although I want to make an amendment to the amendment. My amendment to the amendment is that it also includes the vice chair, chair and vice chair. And I'll speak to that when the chair allows me to.
Okay, we have an amendment to one of the substitute motions, the substitute motion that rising to the reviewing of timesheets be added to the chair duties, and that is to add the words vice chair by Trustee Long. You can now speak to that, Trustee Long.
Yeah, to me, the issue with having only the chair, one person, is if a trustee grieves their remuneration for some reason, or that puts the chair in a bad position, being the only person making the decision. I think you should have at least two people involved in case there's a grievance.
Okay, thank you for that, Trustee Long. Just to be aware, board, we have used all the boxes on Robert's Rules of Order. There can be no further amendments to the amendment. So we need to deal with the amendment that's on the floor before we can proceed with any others. So is there any discussion around the amendment to the substitute motion? Trustee Burdette.
I would support the last one with two sets of eyes. Chair and board and vice chair.
Any further discussion? We will call the question on the amendment to substitute motion that reviewing the timesheets be added to the chair duties with monthly remuneration and add and vice chair to that as well. And I would ask for all those in favor. And that is carried. So we're back to having two motions on the table, and I would ask if there's anyone opposed to calling the question on the substitute motions. So,
Point of information. So does this mean can you just explain the rules on substitute motions for
Yeah.
me again, please?
so we vote on the substitute motion, and that the one that came up after. It seems a little bit confusing, but so we will vote on the one that the chair and vice chair be tasked with reviewing the timesheets, and if that one fails, we're back to the previous one that was on the floor. So you think about it as boxes, you move down, and then when you deal with the business, you move back up in the reverse order. Trustee Charchin?
I think this is for clarification. Trustee Hodges talked about this being part of your monthly duties. Do we need to have that in the motion, or that it would be additional?
It is currently part of, as listed in the motion.
Oh, I see it now. I'm sorry. I apologize. I missed that.
Okay, pausing to allow for any clarifying questions, but I've called the question if there's anyone opposed to calling the question. I think we've had some really great discussion on this. Okay, seeing none, we will ask for all those in favor of calling the question on the motion that is on the floor. That is carried. The substitute motion that we are voting on right now is that reviewing the timesheets be added to the chair and vice chair duties in brackets, monthly remuneration. Covering this off. Any questions of clarity? Because the question has been called. All those in favor? Carried.
Could I have a point of, you'll have to speak slower and louder, please, because I'm having trouble hearing what you're saying.
I apologize. I'm trying to move to make sure I don't miss anybody's hands. And so usually I would have a vice chair here. So after the org meeting, we can have that there to help be a spotter. It's like anyone who's been familiar with a cattle auction. You don't want to miss a hand going up. So you usually have spotters to help with that. Thank you, Trustee Hodges. I appreciate that. So we passed the substitute motion, so that is the motion that is on the, that we're, have on the table. It replaces the dissolve the trustee, so we have, I know it's awkward, guys, but we have one more vote to move forward with that. And that will be the motion that, repeated just one more time, that the reviewing of the timesheets be added to the chair and vice chair duties, monthly remuneration. And that was originally made by Trustee Charchin. And if there is no other amendments or questions, we will move forward with that. Everyone understand? So the motion that we just previously passed is the one that's on the table and the one that we will be moving forward. So if you could just highlight on the screen there, Nikki. Yeah, that one. Pause. Okay, all those in favor of the motion as presented? And that is carried. Thank you all so much for that. Moving on in our agenda, we have Trustee Charchin. You are more than able to.
I would like to, not sure what the motion's going to say, but dissolving the Regional School Council Committee.
We have a motion arising from Trustee Charchin to dissolve the Regional School Council Committee. Any opposition to this motion being placed on the floor? Okay, all those in favor? And now I'll turn it over to Trustee Charchin to speak to the motion.
Thank you. I remember when this committee first was brought forward as a principle. We've had, and I've seen through many years, a lot of changes to try to get better attendance. Many times there were more central office people, principals, than we actually had parent council members. As a trustee, the last 2 years, I've seen the committee kind of stand on their head, trying to find ways to engage our parent councils as a regional group. I'm not saying I don't think that's important. I think that there may be other ways of being able to do that. And given our low attendance, except the 4-day school week, given our low attendance, that we remove this committee, but we don't stop thinking about how to connect with our regional parents, if bringing them together is important and valuable.
Thank you, Trustee Charchin. Trustee Gimber.
Trustee Charchin, I respectfully disagree with you on this one. I think that, true, we have definitely struggled in the last 2 years and even the last 4 years to have attendance. I think that there is a fantastic opportunity with our new superintendent to put a little bit more focus maybe on the Regional School Council and the importance of it. We, as trustees, need to put more focus on the Regional School Council and even school councils, period. I think communication is a big thing. There's certainly opportunity to change the way that it is working. The focus in the last bit before this past year was on ASCA resolutions mostly and how to run a school council. I think that how to run a school council is certainly something that we can still focus on, but maybe I was going to say parental advocacy, but ways that the school councils can advocate to the government by themselves is something that could be explored. I think there's a lot of brainstorming that could happen with this committee to turn it into something a little bit different than what it was historically. And it has a lot of potential. I don't think it's something we should think about dissolving, because if we dissolve this, it's one step closer to dissolving parent councils.
Any other discussion? Trustee Hodges and then Trustee Yegus.
Thank you. I 100% agree with Trustee Gimber. I think that if we lose this committee, then we will lose sight of how to keep our school councils. I think that this is a very important committee. I think that, like Trustee Gimber said, there's a refocus that needs to happen, and I think that that can happen within this council. I've sat on this committee a lot, and I've seen the struggles that we've had, but I think that looking at it in a new way, and again, like Trustee Kimber said, not to repeat everything, but with the new superintendent, and we have a lot of new principals out there, I think this committee actually can be really strong and viable, and I think we just need our school councils to understand the importance of working together and that we're here to help, and I think it's a great avenue to keep.
Trustee Yegus.
Yeah, I think we need to have something so that our school councils could have somewhere they can turn to ask questions and get information. I know one of my school councils keep asking a lot of questions, and I think they do come, the response does come from this regional school council. I think it is a good council, and there are so many things happening right now that parents are interested in, that the government is bringing down, that I think we can change this to informational kind of things, and we will get the people out there if we try to look at things that are important to our parents right now within the schools. So I would like to keep this committee, change the focus of it a little bit, so that it does become more interested. And also, if we could do this mostly by Zoom or things like that, or online, I think we'd get a lot more people coming. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Thank you, Trustee Chartrand. I'll turn it over to you to close.
Thank you. I really didn't have a really strong opinion whether we keep it or we dissolve it, but I felt that, like I said before, I feel like our committee before worked really hard to try to find the areas to engage people, and I brought the motion forward to see where we as a board are in terms of our commitment and in terms of some great brainstorming that just went on just now. So I will not be voting in favor of this motion either.
Thank you. Call the question. All those in favor of dissolving the Regional School Council Committee? And I would ask for anyone opposed. Anyone opposed? Sorry, I turned my head. That is defeated. Thank you all for that. Trustee Gimber and then Trustee Yegus.
Motion arising, please. And this one is to have whoever the newly formed professional learning committee is, develop an approved list to come to the board for PD for the November regular board meeting, please.
Okay. Professional learning approved list come to the November board meeting created by, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
The professional learning committee.
Okay.
We'll create it to bring it forward.
Okay. Created by. And I will ask if there's any opposition to this being placed on the floor. Okay, all those in favor? Carried, thank you. Now, Trustee Yegus?
I also have a motion arising,
Okay, we'll deal with this one that's on the floor now, and then
which, okay,
You'll be the first in the queue. Yeah, we we still have to allow trustee Gimmer to speak to this and then vote. Trustee Gimmer?
Okay, I'll just keep it short and sweet. I think the Professional Learning Committee is a great spot for some people to get together and think of an approved list to come forward for discussion.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now trustee Yegus with the motion arising.
I would like to eliminate the Emergency Response Committee. It has basically done its job, and anything else, well, I won't give my do you want me to give my rationalization now?
Nope. Not till it's placed on the floor. All those in favor, I shouldn't say eliminating first. I apologize that with the previous ones. All those in favor of the motion arising being placed on the floor to eliminate the Emergency Response Committee. That is carried. Now you may speak to it, trustee Yegus.
Basically, a lot of the responses have been done in some way, like they're already on have crisis response, etc. There really isn't anything else for this committee to do, unless we do some changes on it and things like that. But basically, there is no more. In terms of an actual emergency, and this committee came up during the COVID situation. In terms of other committees, other situations that are coming up, there are other ways that we can deal with it through policy or through the procedures that have been dealt with admin procedures. So, as I said, I don't think there is any reason for this committee anymore.
Trustee Charcher and then trustee Gimmer.
I sat on that committee with trustee Yegus last year, and we did meet twice, I think, once or twice, and updated what needed updated. I do have concern, though, COVID comes out of nowhere. Anything else that might come out of nowhere, hopefully not, but that the committee probably may not even have to meet yearly, but to be there in the event that's needed, I think I would be in favor of keeping them.
I think that, again, there's some brainstorming that can happen with this committee. We have a strike going on right now, and there's nothing in the emergency committee about our strike. And to me, that's something that could fit within there. So again, I think this is something that should stay around. The people that end up on that committee could do some brainstorming and see if there's anything else that could be added to it. And ultimately, if they decide that no, it doesn't, we could just keep it for when a COVID arises. But if not, we could look at addressing, I know, right? We could look at getting rid of or eliminating it at a later time. But I would like to see some of these committees have the opportunity to have new people on them and do some brainstorming before we just shut them all down.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask trustee Yegus if she'd like to close.
In response to the items that were brought up, there has been ways that these have both the teachers' strike, and if we have another COVID, we could always get an ad hoc committee. I think some of this lays with management, not with the trustees. In terms of, we got to look at relook at then what is said in terms of the terms of reference for the emergency response. Because if you look at it, that had the terms of reference has all been completed.
Thank you. So the motion that we're voting on is the recommendation that the Board of Trustees eliminate the Emergency Response Committee. All those in favor? All those opposed? Yeah. And that is defeated. We are moving down our agenda. We will have Maybe. That I'm gonna pull myself from the chair for the next item before we go into in camera. So I'd ask the vice chair if they're willing to take over the chairing position, or we can turn it over to Mr. Perry.
Well, I guess if that's my job, I should take it over.
Okay, I have a motion arising. It must be something in the water today that there's a few of those going on. And it's the recommendation that the board chair be eligible to serve on the negotiations committee. And I will speak to that if it's placed on the agenda.
Okay, so first we want to, is this already on or do I need this? It's already on.
It's a motion arising. It needs to be.
Okay, motion arising. So first we need to decide whether we're going to allow it. So who's in favor of the motion that's arising? And what was the wording? In front of me. That the board chair be eligible to serve on negotiations committee, and it was brought forth by Trustee Toon. All in favor? Okay, so it's carried. So now, Trustee Toon.
Thank you. This is something that is really uncommon for boards to do this. I know the rationale of why it happened from back in the days of 100% local bargaining in the face of the board to try and help with relationships.
Yes.
I think that with everything that's going on, that we need to be more in alignment of allowing the board to decide from the complete roster of trustees who they'd like to serve on there. I think that that is more strategic than saying because of a title that a trustee is not eligible to do so. So I feel that with the current conditions happening, that now would be the best time to align with what's happening externally at other boards to anyone can serve in that capacity.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Hodges.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Toon, for bringing this forward. I actually, this was something that I've actually been thinking about. I know a lot of other boards, actually, their board chair is on negotiations. And so I always wondered why this board never allowed that. I really noticed it in the last 2 years, especially with everything going on, that sometimes board chairs actually would be a really good commodity to have on the committees. And so I support this change, and I think it's a really good idea. Thanks.
Thank you. Trustee Charchin.
I'm just seeking a little more information as I'm not part of those conversations as a board member. When we talk about everything that's going on, I'm not looking for specifics, but can you provide information about what that means in terms of what the role of the board chair on that committee? If you can just provide a little clarity on, you say it's important because of everything going on. I'd just like to know what that importance generally looks like, not specifically.
Trustee Toon, do you want to?
Yes, no, thank you. Great question, Trustee Chargin. I think with, if when our superintendent talked about alignment, it's hard for the chair to set the table and make sure that we're meeting the requirements of all our meetings and having the discussions that we need to have both in camera and on our public meetings if they're not aware of what's being discussed and what's currently happening at our negotiation tables. Even ratification, well, it's cumbersome to have to play telephone to multiple trustees and through the superintendent to get that information. If you're have the chair at the table, I think it's really advantageous. But at the same time, I don't want to say that the chair is forced to be there if the board so chooses that they're not one of the ones that they want there. I want to be able to provide that flexibility to the board because we have certain committees where the board chair is all the time there. But I think that this would allow the board to set the stage for what they see is required of the position.
Okay. Trustee Gimber.
Thank you. I support it. I think a chair can be on pretty much any committee as long as they're not chair of those committees, would be the only thing that I would say.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Trustee Long?
I'd like to make an amendment.
Okay.
The board chair be a member of the negotiating committee, but is not the chair of the negotiating committee.
Okay.
Point of information.
Point of information. Go ahead.
When it is said in here that the board chair, okay, I'm sorry, you said be part of, but I see in the motion arising that it is be eligible to serve on the negotiating committee. Because my question was going to be, does the board chair have to be part of the negotiating committee? So what was said by the amendment was that it should be eligible. Is that right? Okay, thank you.
So the board chair is eligible. So that was in the first motion. So this is just saying that the board chair can't be the chair of that committee. So eligibility is in the first motion, this part. I think it still works, right? So now I need to ask,
A point of information, I think that second one is not clear. It should be,
Yeah.
board chair can be a member of, or the board chair is eligible to be a member of the negotiating committee, but not the chair. That whole eligible piece was not up for discussion in the amendment, if I'm correct, Trustee Long.
Yeah.
yeah. That'll sort it out. Okay. So now that's up there. So now discussion on the amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Trustee Toon.
I'm opposed to the amendment. I think that I understand the sentiment of not having the chair committees. It's really busy and hard with the schedule that they have and the work of the committees. I think this one is a unique one because it holds ramifications to the seat at the TIBA table, where our policy de facto says the chair of our negotiations committee is our TIBA rep. And if you have been to those meetings, a lot of board chairs are involved with that as well, because you're having a lot of provincial discussions. And we've seen it recently where board chairs have been invited to some of the meetings specifically because not all board chairs are there, and it's hard to have those conversations without them there. But who knows what's going to move forward with the province with TIBA after this labor situation is straightened out. I think that we need to be able to be flexible and allow the chair to be part of those discussions as well.
Trustee Long.
Yeah, I think we need to be careful here. When we discussed our new remuneration back in June, one of the things that we talked about was all of the roles that the chair played, all of the work the chair had to do. We just added timesheets to chair and vice chair, which I agree with, but we just can't keep adding responsibilities onto the chair. It's a lot of work already. As we were told by Chair Hodges, it's an extra 15 hours a week, minimum 20 hours. We have to make sure that we're just not piling things on to the chair, that the chair needs to be able to do the job as chair of the board properly without everything else.
Okay, Trustee Hodges.
Thank you. I'm also opposed to having the amendment, sorry. As a chair, I was chair of audit committee, and I found I was still able to fulfill my roles. I think that this motion is not necessarily saying that the chair at every time will be sitting on this committee, but we're allowing the flexibility for it to be on, for the chair to be on it. I also think, as previous chair, I was invited to attend some of the TIBA meetings, and without having any background knowledge of what's happening at whether it's here in-house or at the TIBA in the government, it would have been very beneficial to have more discussions at those meetings or completely understand where it's coming from. The chair is invited to a lot of things, and it would be really wise for them to be able to have the knowledge to be able to support the board at those meetings.
Thank you. Trustee Gimber.
I think that the chair can be a part of these committees, but to chair the committees is a completely different thing. It makes it very awkward during a board meeting when the chair is the one bringing a motion from audit committee, for example, forward. I mean, the chair shouldn't be bringing motions forward. So it's an awkward situation, and I don't think it's one that's needed. If the chair is needed to be invited to a TIBA meeting or whatever, you guys both just said that they've received invites in the past. So why, I don't think that the chair should be a chair of any committee. I think that they have other responsibilities, other jobs that they can do, and there's other people around the table that can step into those other roles.
Okay, Trustee Chargin.
We've talked a lot the last couple of meetings about the load of the responsibility of a chair, but I'd also like to throw in there that I think there's importance in the shared leadership, shared responsibility, and shared authority of all board members. And so for that reason, I would be opposed to this amendment. Sorry, I would be in favor of it.
Okay, any more discussion on the amendment? Okay, so now we will vote on the amendment. All right. Trustee Toon, do you want to close? Oh, Trustee Long. Sorry.
Yeah, once I go back again to the idea of overloading the chair, not putting too much on their table so that they can do a good job. And I agree with Trustee Gimber bringing this up. We need to have other people chair committees. This opens up the discussion about the board chair, chairing the other committees that they're on. And we need to let other trustees work as well. We don't need everything loaded on one person. The workload needs to be shared.
Okay. Now we will vote on the amendment. The amendment is, but cannot be chair of the negotiating committee. All in favor of that amendment? And that's carried. Now we go back to the main motion. So is there any more discussion on the main motion? Doesn't look like it, so let's vote on the main motion. Oh, Trustee Toon to close, you're right. Do you have anything else to say? Okay. So the main motion, now the motion being the board chair be eligible to serve on the negotiation committee, but not be the chair of the negotiating committee. So all those in favor? And that's carried as well. Can I give this job back to you? You know, I came out of mothballs. This is really hard.
Thank you, Trustee Burdette, and apologize for making that happen at the last minute, but I think that we had a lot of amazing work. Trustee Long?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just want clarification. I'm pretty sure I understand it. We would still only have 3 people on the negotiating committee, correct?
Yeah, that's, the eligibility didn't change the makeup or complexity of it.
I thought that should be made clear.
Yeah, thank you. Great point, Trustee Long. And we are moving down on our agenda, and the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees go in camera at 10:35. And can I get somebody to make that motion, please? Trustee Hodges, and we will take a quick 5-minute break as we transition over into the other room to allow a health break for everyone. Thank you. call us back to order at 12:42. And we had Trustee Yeagus made the motion to come out of in camera. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Moving on in our agenda to K1, appointment of standing committees. The Board of Trustees will appoint all committee members with the chair and vice chair representatives and alternates being brought forward at the November meeting. And the first recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve Trustee Long and chair and Trustee Yeagus as member of Regional School Council. Can I get somebody to make that motion, please?
Point of information or point of order. Because of the way that it's set up on here, we didn't have chair and vice chair. So can I make an amendment just to say that all the committees will have their chair and vice chair listed?
Okay.
Because it says it'll be brought forth at the November meeting. So I just want to change that so that we're doing it actually today.
Okay. Saw Trustee Burdett's hand, willing to make the motion. Thank you. Any discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Next is the Audit Committee that the Board of Trustees approve Trustee Gimber as chair and trustees. Can you scroll up, Nikki? Sorry. Charchin and Burdette as members of the Audit Committee. Can I get somebody to make that motion, please? Trustee Hodges? Any discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Next is our Appeals and Discipline Committee. The recommendation that approved that Trustee Charchin and trustees, sorry, Nikki.
Sorry, Trustee Toon.
Yeah.
Point of order, you missed Labor and Relations.
Oh, I did. Thank you so much. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve Trustee Gimber as chair and Trustees Toon and Burdette as members of the Labor Relations Committee. Can I get somebody to make that motion? Trustee Long? Any discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Next is the Appeals and Discipline Committee that the Board of Trustees approve of Trustee Charchin as the chair and Trustees Charchin and Yeagus as members of the Appeals and Discipline Committee. Is there a question?
Should be Gimber. Yeah, there you go.
Trustee Gimber and Yeagus as members of the Appeals Committee. Thank you. Can I get somebody to make that motion, please? Trustee Burdette? Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Carried. Awards and recognition that the Board of Trustees approve Trustee Charchin as chair and Trustee Yeagus as the member of the Awards Committee. Can I get somebody to make that motion, please? Trustee Charchin? Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Professional Learning Committee that the Board of Trustees will appoint 2 trustees to the Professional Learning Committee and we approve Trustee Gimber as the chair and Trustee Hodges as the member of the Professional Learning. Trustee Gimber?
No, it should be Trustee Hodges as chair.
So that the Board of Trustees approve Trustee Hodges as chair and Trustee Gimber as member of the Professional Learning Committee. Okay. Trustee Yeagus will make that motion. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Carried. Policy Review Committee that the Board of Trustees approve Trustee Hodges as chair and Trustee Long and Yeagus as members of the Policy Review Committee. Can I get somebody to make that motion, please? Trustee Yegus. Hodges, sorry. I even have the glasses on. Yeah. Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried. ATA Executive and LRSD Liaison Committee. Recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve Chair Toon and Trustee Burdette as members of the ATA Executive and LRSD Liaison Committee. Can I get somebody to make that motion, please? Trustee Long? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried. Emergency Response Committee, that the Board of Trustees approve Trustee Gimber as chair and Trustee Burdette as a member of the Emergency Response Committee. Trustee Yegus is prepared to make that motion. Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Advocacy, that the Board of Trustees approve Trustee Hodges as the chair and Trustee Long as a member of the Advocacy Committee. Can I get somebody to make that motion, please? Trustee Charchin? Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Carried. And we took care of that timesheet committee one earlier, and Alberta Teachers Professional Commission, the ATCP committee, that the Board of Trustees approve Trustee Burdette as chair, Trustee Long and Hodges as members of the Alberta Teaching Professions Commission, ATCP committee. Can I get somebody to make that motion, please? Trustee Hodges. Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Any questions? No. Method of accountability, that the Board of Trustees approve Trustee Gimber as chair, Trustees Toon and Yegus as members of the Method Accountability Committee. Can I get somebody to make that motion, please? Trustee Yegus. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is carried. Granum Solutions Committee, that the Board of Trustees approve the board chair, Toon, and Trustees Gimber and Charchin as members of the Granum Solution Committee. Can I get somebody to make that motion, please? Trustee Charchin, thank you. Any discussion?
Yeah, that should be listed that Trustee Charchin is chair of that committee.
Okay. So we have that amendment made to the motion.
Just for clarification, the Board of Trustees approved the board chair and trustees as members. Isn't it supposed to be the 3 Ward 1 trustees? Oh, not in Granum,
Not in
sorry.
Granum.
Never mind.
So we have that motion as presented. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Carried. Elders Consult Council Committee. The Board of Trustees approved Trustee Charchin as chair and Trustees Hodges as member of the Elders Consult Council Committee. Can I get somebody to make that motion? Trustee Hodges. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Carried. ASBA Zone 6 Representative. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve Trustee Charchin as the ASBA Zone 6 Representative. Can I get somebody to make that motion, please? Trustee Burdette. Oh, Yegus. I saw Jim, he was blocking the path. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Elder Consult Council, recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve Trustee Charchin and Hodges as representatives for the Elders Consult Council. Can I get somebody to make that motion, please? Trustee Charchin, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Alberta Southwest Regional Alliance. The Alberta Southwest Regional Alliance consists of all trustees within the Livingstone LRSD ward where the meeting is held and will be attended. That needs to be changed, that it'll be on a rotating basis, please, Nikki. They've been holding the meetings in Fort McLeod for the most part, but we'll rotate the trustees and then update at a future meeting on the rotation of how that's going. Livingston Ski Academy, recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve Trustees Long and Yegus to the Livingston Ski Academy Society. Can I get somebody to make that motion? Trustee Long? Any discussion?
Trustee Yegus should be listed as chair.
Any discussion?
I don't think that a chair should be listed if it's representatives, right? Like, we don't list chairs of Southwest Regional Alliance, or, I don't know, it just seems kind of strange because it's not our committee, right?
So are you proposing that it would say that Trustee Yegus as the representative and Trustee Long as the alternate?
Yeah, for consistency with our other.
Okay. And if there is no opposition to that, going forward, that would be the wording on that. Anyone opposed? I'll just ask for unanimous consent. Anyone opposed to that representative being subbed out for the words chair and alternate? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor that the Board of Trustees approve Trustee Yegus as the representative and Trustee Long as the alternate. All those in favor? Carried. Rural Caucus of Alberta School Boards. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve Trustee Gimber and Trustee Hodges. Do we have a representative and an alternate on that? Trustee
Gimber will be chair.
A representative and alternate? Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried. Nanton Solution Committee consists of all 3 Ward 1 trustees. The Livingstone Solutions Committee consists of...
Point of order, Trustee Toon. The chair should be listed for Nanton Solution Committee,
Okay,
and that is Trustee Toon.
oh, thank you. That is...
Also move that one.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Great catch. Now we get to vote on something now, that we have a mover. We'll go back and vote on that the Board of Trustees approve Trustee Gimber as the representative and Trustee Hodges as the alternate to Rural Caucus of Alberta School Boards. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So are we accepting the next as, for information there, because we don't have motions listed there? Or would somebody like to make a motion that we accept that, or? Okay, we'll accept that for information. Do we have a chair to list for Livingston Solutions Committee?
We do have a chair. It's Trustee Yeagus.
Okay, thank you. We'll accept that one for information as well. And then we have a motion to destroy ballots. Technically, we didn't have any ballots from our committee selection, so we can strike. Yep. Okay, perfect. We'll have that from the previous one, so we don't need another motion for that. Thank you.
Point of information.
Yes.
I was wondering, did we not have a governance committee?
That is amazing catch, Trustee Yeagus. We have that governance review committee that has not been populated.
And it wasn't in our policy yet, so, but we do have it on the motion on the board.
That is correct. How would the board like to handle populating that, Trustee Hodges?
I think that maybe we could move it to the next available board meeting, as we need to have a discussion around that and what that's going to look like. So I think that in lieu of time, that it'd be best to postpone that one. It's not an emergency meeting to fill up, or committee to fill up.
We have the suggestion to place it on the next agenda. Is there any other discussion around that?
Sorry, Trustee Toon, or Chair Toon, should that be the November board meeting?
Yeah, we could have it.
Okay, just because we have a board meeting following, so I just didn't want it to be
Yeah.
confusing. So on the November
Yeah.
board meeting.
We won't postpone it for 10 minutes from now. Okay. Seeing no other discussion around that, we will accept that as moving forward to our next agenda. And if we could, I think that just goes, Trustee Kimber?
Okay, point of order, point of information. I'm just trying to figure out where I should be bringing this up, whether it's in the organizational meeting or in the regular board meeting this afternoon, and that is permission to run for ASBA Rural Caucus. Is that now then, or?
I would suggest doing that in our regular board meeting after the organization. Great question. Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn our organizational meeting, please? Nikki? Great, we have done that, so I guess we will do our meeting dates. Thank you for the reminder, Nikki. We are not adjourned. We have to get all the work done first. So can I get somebody to make a motion that the Board of Trustees approve the board meeting dates as presented or amended? Oh, we already have a mover, Trustee Long. Thank you. Because we tabled it and we had discussion on this. You are correct. So I will open it up for discussion with the updated dates on there. Nikki? Yep, for sure.
Okay, if the dates need to be changed, if we go with the first and the third Monday, there are some unavailable times during that time frame for certain rooms. If you go with the second and the fourth dates, which are kind of what they are now in the weeks, we have to be done by 3 o'clock because that corresponds to the town of Fort McLeod has the same meeting dates and they start at 3 o'clock. Or have the room booked at 3 o'clock. So I have them both made out. This one is the first and the third Mondays. The other list that I have is the second and the fourth Mondays. But there is the stipulation that rooms aren't completely available throughout all those times. So that's what's also written there if it makes any sense.
Is it possible, we need to accommodate everybody, all 7 people, as best we can. Can we do Monday meetings when it's possible? We know that Wednesday isn't any good. We didn't, and Thursday isn't any good either, is it, Trustee Gimber? Thursday isn't any good. And then sometimes have to have a meeting on Tuesdays. Do we always have to have it consistently on Monday or Tuesday? Can we go some Mondays and some Tuesdays, mostly Mondays?
Trustee Agus?
One of the things with regular board meetings is that people expect these board meetings, and we do know people watch these board meetings. We have to be, I think we should be consistent with it. What we have to do is figure out a date. I'm sorry, I know there's people who can't do it Tuesday, but Tuesday seemed to be the date everybody could go to it. You know, I mean, I know there is some issues with certain people in terms of whatever, you know, like family part of it. But I do not think that we should have meetings on Mondays or Tuesdays. I think we better select a date and do the meeting. I know we always have problems with, everybody has an issue with certain dates they can't come. So I think we have to make some decisions on this.
Trustee Hodges?
Thank you. I think Monday meetings are just fine, and if there's the occasional Monday where we have to maybe potentially move a board meeting, as long as we have it set up for the whole school year calendar, people will know when it is, and they'll be able to look at it or be able to attend it however they see fit. I feel like we need to do whatever we can to make sure that all voices are heard at this table, and if Tuesdays don't work for childcare for Trustee Gimber, then that's not an available option. Tuesdays or Thursdays. So I think we as a board need to be able to decide what's the best way we can accommodate everybody's voices at these tables.
Whoever, I'll just give you a kind of a little bit of the discussion that we had with Nikki and the other administration team, in that moving to Mondays, the 1st and the 3rd, is not in conflict with the town of Fort Macleod, and therefore we don't have to be out by 3. There's a couple months where that's a little challenging, November and May, and typically that's for the financial statements, which we need a little bit more time, and so usually they're in the last week. So if we do it on a Monday, then we would have to be out by 3 on the November board meeting. And May is our budget, so usually we give more time so that we can approve the budget. If we do that on a Monday, the 4th Monday of the month or whatever, then we'd have to be out by 3. But those are the only 2 that we could identify as challenges, only because we typically give more time to get the financial statements done and the budget as well. But the 1st and the 3rd will work for us. The 3rd week, it's tight for audit committee meeting to provide information by the time that we have to give the information for a board meeting agenda. So that information might have to come midweek after the agenda's already gone out. So that's the only other thing that we could really think of. But that might accommodate what you're looking for if the 1st and 3rd Monday work for all of you.
I'd like to,
All right, yes, I was just going to suggest just exactly what he said. Let's take the one that has the least resistance and gives us time to go over if we do. We're going to have fast board meetings, but every once in a while we'll go over.
Trustee Hodges and Trustee Long?
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion then that we move our board meetings to the first and third Mondays of the month.
Trustee Long?
I like the motion. Question for Trustee Hodges. First, I'll make a statement. On the Mondays that we cannot have this room after 3 o'clock, we just have to be finished by 3 o'clock. But there are days there, for example, December 15th, it says unavailable, 11:45 to 2:30. Is what you're suggesting, Trustee Hodges, is that on those, it might be 2 days there that we switch to a Tuesday? So I'm looking at December 15th, we cannot be in here from 11:45 to 2:30. I don't see how we could have our meeting then. I see that on January 19th as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nikki, for clarification. So we have this room. So Nikki, it's going through it all. We can have this room as long as we're out of here by 3 o'clock. Oh. Then I suggest our chair and vice chair will be able to arrange that.
Just a question with that, Nikki, how far out is that in the calendar, that standing meeting? 3 years? Okay. Trustee Hodges, you had your hand up?
No, I was just gonna answer the question that it was the conference room, and I think if we ever needed to do it in camera and we couldn't, we could always go upstairs.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. I would ask, I had no conflicts with anything, could make everything work until this most recent amendment. And typically we don't meet the first day back or the last day back when staff go on holidays. So just with the way the calendaring is, the January 5th would be the first one. If that, we move to that, is that correct? That would be that's a meeting of the whole date? Yeah, I'll deal with that in the next motion then. That leaves us with that one yeah, so that would be that. Okay. All right. No other discussion. We'll call the question on that. All those in favor? Carried. One of the things that we've done in the past with meetings is not had committee of the wholes in certain months, and I would throw it out there proposing that we take a look at the Monday, January 5th. It doesn't allow staff, since we've met, any time to prepare anything in between when we met in December and when we met in January. So as chair, I shouldn't be making the amendment. But
should we put the motion on the floor first?
It is. Trustee Long moved it previously. We brought it back to the table. Yeah, he made this one as well to motion. So I apologize. I should have clarified. We have the motion back on the floor to look at this, and I'm not proposing, asking for that to be done, but asking if consideration of the board that we eliminate that meeting of the whole date in January. We typically don't have one right when staff get back because there's no preparation time in between that time. Trustee Gimbert?
Well, I believe it's a good idea to not have it on the day that everybody comes back. I don't necessarily like the idea of going over a month between our meetings, because as that would stand, December 15th would be the last time we saw each other, and we wouldn't see each other again until January 19th. And those are two board meetings, one after the other. I just think that there needs to be something else in the middle.
So we have Trustee Yegus and Trustee Hodges.
I agree. I think we need to have a meeting. So what if we have a meeting the week before, that Monday, the week before, for our meeting of the whole? Because there's too many things happening right now, and we just need to, even if it's a morning meeting, I think we need to have a meeting as a meeting of the whole.
So that would bring us to January 12th, the date that you provided. Okay, Trustee Yegus is making the amendment to change the January 5th meeting to the next Monday, the January the 12th. So we have that amendment on the floor. Any discussion around the amendment? Trustee Hodges.
Sorry, can I just seek some clarity? I just, from moving, sorry, my Siri just is talking to me here. Sorry, the rationale behind moving the January 5th, you said for prep time, is that for like central office and the board? Is that what you were referring to? Okay. I just needed some clarity around what you were.
Yeah, well, if we have a
Speaking
meeting
to.
and then there's no days in between when people are in the office, we're really not allowing them any preparation, do presentations or provide information. So that was the amendment we have on the floor. Any more discussion around the amendment?
I just seeking clarity from Nikki if the room is available or not.
Okay, if there isn't any more discussion on the amendment, I'll call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Carried. So now we're back to our dates as presented. Is there any more discussion around those dates? Seeing none, I appreciate everybody's work on this, and I agree with the sentiment. It is really good to have consistency of dates. Picking the same day, barring a holiday or something like that, jumping around days of the week is really challenging. So I appreciate the work of Nikki and admin to look into this on short notice and try and get line up dates that work. So looking forward to meeting with everyone on those dates. I will call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Moving on to trustee remuneration. In response to the September 2022-2025 board motion 25-009 that the Board of Trustees approve the changes as amended and for the new board to have final approval in October 2025, the Board of Trustees will review the trustee remuneration as approved by the old board for final approval. It is the recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve.
Sorry, Trustee Toon, we've already done that motion.
Oh, we did that one. Thank you.
We're done now.
We are done. Now we have motion to adjourn. Thank you, guys. And it is at 1:16. Can I get a motion to adjourn, please? Trustee Yegus. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now we are on to our regular board meeting. I know. I think we'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda for the October 27th, 2025 consent agenda by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Can I get somebody to make that motion, please? Trustee Long, thank you. Anything from the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried. Emergent changes to the agenda. Recommendation that the October 27th, 2025 regular board meeting agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Can I get somebody to make that motion, please? Trustee Yegus. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Hold up.
What?
Point of order. We have changes to the agenda, please.
I would love to entertain changes to the agenda. I apologize.
You're in a hurry.
Any changes to the agenda?
Yes, a motion arising from the last one is for approval for,
We don't technically need to, you can bring that up during the meeting. We don't have to change the agenda beforehand.
Not the
You want to bring it up?
Just,
If you have items, we can,
I just think
Add
just
'em on.
for
Yeah.
putting them in order, it probably would be beneficial for us to
Okay.
just, if there's anything to add to the agenda, that we should do that now, and then it can be approved by the board
Yeah.
as amended. So,
what's the,
Carla, go ahead.
so mine would be trustee Gimber is seeking approval from the board to run for an executive position on the rural caucus, please.
Nikki, that would, yeah, that would be added to the end of our action items. And thank you for the reminder on that. I'd also add that if we could add trustee Toon approval to run for position on rural caucus as an item as well. Trustee Hodges?
I'll just give Nikki a second to finish, and then I'll. I'd like permission to be able to run for Zone 6 positions.
Okay, anything else to add to the agenda?
I just have one more thing. I would like a motion for the 2 rural caucus committee members to be able to attend all rural caucus meetings in the future.
Okay,
Yeah. The 2.
if there's nothing else, we have a recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the agenda as amended by trustee Yegus. All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Declaration of conflict of interest. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees declare if they have any conflicts of interest relating to items, no, it's all good. Items for the October 27th, 2025 regular board meeting, and if so, should declare them. Seeing none, we will move on to our action items, and I will be removing myself for the chair for this one and asking our vice chair, trustee Burdette, if they would like to chair it.
All right. So Action item, student trustee program. In response to the September 22nd, 2025 notice of motion, Trustee Toon will discuss the development of a student trustee program. So I'll turn that back to Trustee Toon to fill us in.
Yeah, I'd be willing to make the motion. And Nikki, I submitted the background after it got sent out, so if we could just get that added into the minutes afterwards. It doesn't need to be right now. I think everyone had an opportunity to see it. Really appreciate the opportunity to talk about how we can more fully engage with our students. It's something that I know that we've talked a lot about as board members. How do we meaningfully get that student voice? And we do have some amazing things going on in our schools, like Livingstone leaders and student councils. This I feel is a lot different because it is something that has the opportunity for students to nominate themselves, which isn't the case across the division with Livingstone leaders, and to really talk policy and other things. It has the flexibility to really meet the needs of our division. I know there are things out there that other divisions and some boards do with this, but I didn't want this to be, let's decide this all at once. Really work with our superintendent and sit down and see what we feel would best fit Livingstone Range and our students. We've had lots of discussion on our superintendents wanting to engage more with students at the student level, and I think that this program could potentially fit that need as well. So just really excited for the opportunity to focus on students with this in a governance role, and for us to really engage with them on however it looks like. I think it would be a phenomenal discussion and process as we decide and bring it back to the board for approval. So I'd ask for everyone's support in this motion.
Okay, discussion. Questions?
Trustee Toon, it says the Board of Trustees develop a student trustee program. Is the intention of this motion that we would do this at meetings of the whole? And what I'm thinking, or are we having a special meeting to develop this, or what's the intention?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I think committee of the whole, it's really something where we can get creative and have that flexibility to meet the needs with when we have diverse schools and diverse communities, of really seeing what it would look like, and with our superintendent as well, of course. Didn't state that in the motion, but that's whom our one employee is and who we meet with all the time. So I think that that's a critical piece as well.
All right, Trustee Yagos.
Thank you for this motion. I feel this is important. I would like to I'd like to make an amendment saying that we bring it says a future board meeting, but I would like to bring it to the next meeting of the whole for a discussion, so that we could have some times, because I think this is a timely sort of motion. We should get this going and, set up as soon as possible so we could get somebody involved, because you know how fast the year goes. So I would like to have the discussion at this, put a time on it, and that we'll discuss it at the next meeting of the whole.
Okay, so is that an amendment then we need to vote on? All right, so we have an amendment. Do we want to discuss the amendment of having it at the next meeting of the whole? Yeah, I know, but do we want to discuss this amendment right now? Go
Point
ahead.
of information here.
Yes.
So trustee, I guess, are you wanting to add that we're going to bring the discussion to the meeting of the whole, and then it's going to come to a future board meeting for approval? Or what are you asking there? Sorry.
Can I answer that? I would like to see the discussion happen at the next meeting of the whole, and then the decision to put it at a future board meeting, we could leave that for the open if they want to put it on the agenda. But I want to see this discussion happening sooner than later.
So then, sorry,
Keep going.
I'm just to make it clear that the Board of Trustees develop a student trustee program at the next meeting of the whole and to bring bring it to a future board meeting for approval. Is that what we're wanting it to say?
Yes, that's what it does. Let me just see what it comes up here.
Do you need me to repeat it, Nikki? Are you okay? Okay.
All right. So you want me to read that back? Then we'll discuss that. That the Board of Trustees develop a student trustee program to be discussed at the next meeting of the whole and bring to a future board meeting for approval. I think that's right. So any discussion on this amendment? Go ahead.
Okay, I'm a little bit confused, that the Board of Trustees develop a student trustee program. So we're going to develop the program and discuss it at the next meeting of the whole. So are we discussing that we're going to develop the program, or are we saying we're going to develop? Because this isn't, in my experience, something that's going to easily be done, and we need to get it right. So I just need to make sure I understand this motion.
Board of Trustees develop.
I think Trustee Yegas had her hand up first and then myself.
In response to that, we start our discussion on the process of this at the next meeting of the whole. We don't leave it later than that. It doesn't mean we have to get something, yeah.
Okay, I think we get that. But is there some, okay, go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
I just think it just needed to be clear that we need to start the process of beginning the conversation at the meeting of the whole. It may take more than one, but it's brought to a future board meeting. There's no date set for that, so that when it's done, and then it can be brought to the board meeting for approval. But my understanding is that in order to get this going, Trustee Yegas just wanted it to be able to start the conversation of what we want this program to look like.
I think I get what you were talking about, though. Are we saying we're going to development, or are we discussing the development of it, is what your question was, right? Trustee Long.
I'd like to make an amendment
Okay,
that the Board of Trustees begin development of a student trustee program to be discussed at the next meeting of the whole and brought to a future board meeting for approval.
begin. Wordsmithing is my favorite thing. Yeah, you don't. Fire alarm. Okay. Now we're into are we amending an amendment now? Thanks. So I'm going to read this amended amendment, and we'll discuss that, and we'll vote on it, and then we're going to get this thing done. Okay. That the Board of Trustees begin development of a student trustee program to be discussed at the next meeting of the whole and brought back to a future board meeting for approval. All right, now, is there any further discussion on this amended motion? Trustee Charger.
I just want to say that I understood Trustee Yagos's intention, but I wasn't sure that the motion said that, so that's why I brought it to attention.
Thank you very much. Okay, so seeing no more discussion, all those in favor of this amendment? All right, so that is passed. Now does that solve the whole thing? Am I done? Now we're back to the regular amendment. All right. So, but that's still the same wording now, right? Okay, I've got it. That the Board of Trustees begin development of the student trustee program to be discussed at the next meeting of the whole and brought to the next board meeting for approval. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you. Now I have to do the motion. I'm getting it. It's coming back. And I'm just gonna, do you need me to read that again? No. Okay. So on the initial motion, as all of this stuff's been amended, any discussion? No. Okay, all those in favor? Done? Good. You take over.
Thank you. I appreciate the support for the motion. It's great work that we'll be involved with that. Moving on to our agenda, board annual work list. The Board of Trustees will review the draft 2025-2026 Board of Trustees annual work list. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the draft 2025-2026 annual work list as presented or amended. Can I get somebody to make that motion, please? Trustee Hodges. And would you like to speak to that, Trustee Hodges?
Sure. Our work list guides the work of our board. It also helps set agendas for the future. The work list is something that we review annually. We've had an opportunity as the past board to look through it. There was an opportunity for the past board to put any recommendations into it. I don't think there was many. I had some suggestions in there, but I don't know if they ever move forward with it. And so just as today, as we discuss it, I just think we just need to make cognizant of what's on it and make sure that it's accurate and up to date.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges, for that explanation. Is there any discussion about the item? Trustee Yegus.
Looking at this should have been brought up, I know before, but one of the things is that we have as an ongoing one is trustee attendance at school council and wards. That should be done now because we probably will be starting to have meetings, school council meetings as soon as possible. So I'm sorry I didn't bring this up before. So I should know how to do this.
Yeah,
Could we do this as something coming out of this?
We can do motion arising after and approve the list. I know we
Yeah.
haven't had all that discussion, so we'll have
Thank
to have
you.
a break, but no, appreciate that comment. And as always, a reminder, this is a fluid document, so it can get updated through the year. This is just making sure we set ourselves up for success and make sure we have the big things highlighted on there. It's a responsibility of the chair and the vice to continually update that and then bring it once a year for approval, so. If seeing trustee Churchin's hand, I will ask her to speak.
Yes, under the ongoing category, we've got monitoring progress of divisional goals monthly. Unless I'm missing something, I'm not sure that we've done that, or if monthly is even reasonable, whether it should be maybe quarterly or just some conversation around that.
No, thank you, trustee Churchin, for that. Are you just suggesting an amendment or just want to highlight that for future discussions about that?
Well, I think I'll suggest an amendment. Otherwise, we talk about it and kind of forget. So, I mean, it's critically important. So I think we need to do it quarterly. But monthly, I don't think allows enough time for growth or change or and more work that's created.
So we have an amendment to change it to quarterly goals. Trustee Hodges?
Sorry, are you talking the divisional goals or the board areas of emphasis? Because they're two different things. Divisional goals are what's set out divisionally, but our goals are what's ongoing. And it doesn't say monthly on there, so I was just trying to.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's a 7th bullet that says monitor progress of divisional goals monthly.
Yeah.
So that's the one that I was addressing. I also wanted to talk, but I will after, about the areas of emphasis. So,
Trustee Yegus?
If I'm not mistaken, our divisional goals are the ones where we have various different people who are responsible for areas come in and talk to us. For example, like peaks or some of the areas. Am I wrong about that?
Trustee Hodges?
No, our divisional goals are what's set out in our ed plan. And so then we get like presentations at our board meeting monthly around our divisional goals and priorities. And so that's why I wasn't sure what was meaning to do that quarterly report. So that was my understanding on the divisional goals. And so maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but our divisional goals are what's set up. We're not totally in charge of them as a board. Our areas of emphasis is where I'd say that quarterly reports definitely belong in. Instead of just monitor them, we definitely need quarterly updates on that, but our divisional goals are totally different.
okay, maybe it's just me, and I understand what you're saying now about our monthly updates from the various departments. When I read monitor progress of divisional goals monthly, I did not make that connection. So maybe it's a wording issue for just me perhaps, but maybe not.
And I think if we take literally what's written down on there, it can provide some confusion. We don't get monthly committee reports either. We don't get quite a few of the things on there, and monitoring our notice of motions and not notice of motions, our board motions list was on there too. Go ahead.
If we were requiring even quarterly, definitely not monthly, but even quarterly reports on all of our different programs and stuff, these guys would never get anything done. So I think I would just like to say that maybe we need to have some conversation around what is it we really need to be able to monitor it that's effective and efficient. And I don't really see in this document where that's clear.
Trustee Long? Trustee Yegus?
May I make a motion arising from business?
We have one on the floor right now that we need to deal with first.
Could I make it an amendment?
Yeah, you can make an amendment.
Then I would like to make an amendment to monthly progress of divisional goals monthly. I would like amend that to read monthly presentations of divisional goals, or monthly presentations of progress, I should say, of divisional goals.
So just to clarify that, is that wording asking for presentations or tying back the work of the superintendent, of the chair, of the board to our goals? Because I think those are two completely different things, where we don't always get a monthly presentations every month, but we do report back on the work and how that ties into the goals. So that would be my clarification question there. I think your intent is to tie the work back, not necessarily mean presentations being it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the intent is that this does not have to be a director or associate superintendent making direct presentations to us. It certainly can come from the superintendent at a board meeting, or an associate superintendent, either one of them.
Okay.
Chair Toon, I would like to ask if we can table this motion. It feels like this new board needs to have some discussion around maybe some of the clarity in this. And I feel in lieu of time and the big agenda and being able to be done on time, that we could consider maybe moving this conversation to a meeting of the whole and then brought forward to the November board meeting for approval.
So we have a motion to table. Is there any discussion around tabling the motion? If not, we will call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. We will move on in our agenda to E3, Rural Caucus of Alberta School Boards. The fall general meeting of Rural Caucus of Alberta School Boards will be held November 16th, 2025. Trustee Hodges will discuss attendance. The recommendation is that all...
Point of order.
Yes?
Are we moving this whole board annual work list to a future meeting, or just this one area?
The whole work list.
The whole work.
Okay, thank
The
you.
motion to table was the work list. Sorry for the lack of clarity. You can't motion to table an amendment, so we moved the whole thing to a future board meeting. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve all board members to attend the Rural Caucus FGM on November 16th, 2025. And I believe Trustee Hodges is making that motion.
Yes, thank you. As a new board, and we are already going to be up in Edmonton for our FGM with ASBA, and we're also, as a new board, taking a governance session. I felt like it was important for the whole board to be able to attend the first meeting of the Rural Caucus and to be able to understand any roles, or if there's anybody seeking any kind of positions, that it'd be really good. And since we were already all up there, there wouldn't be additional cost to driving. There would be additional cost for us just to attend the meeting. So there's that's my rationale in supporting the board for going to the Rural Caucus.
Thank you. Trustee Long?
Clarity, Trustee Hodges, would the attendance of Rural Caucus come out of our personal PD or group PD?
That's a great question. I had it as personal PD, and because that's what it's always been out of, since we were going to be up there, yes.
Trustee Long?
I say that because this recommendation is to approve all board members, not individual ones. So, yeah, I think there should be clarification. I'm good either way, but I think we should clarify it publicly.
Somebody prepared to make an amendment? Trustee Gimber?
Yeah, I think something definitely needs to be clarified in there, because I don't read that this is about professional development at all. And I want to remind everybody about the changes that was made to our professional development for this year.
Trustee Long?
Yeah, that brings up that we don't use PD for Zone 6. We go to that and make it per diem. I think we need to clarify.
I'll just speak as reading this, I do not see that the dollars come from PD at all. It doesn't mention PD, so it would just come out of general budget unless something different is seen or intended or presented. One of the things that our policy says that if a board meeting is approved for attending, that the board pays for it unless it's designated coming from professional development. So in our policy, it says board meetings as approved by the board. So this would be approved by the board, I think would be how it would be interpreted unless someone else has something else to offer on it. Trustee Churchin?
As we're making this decision, I'd like us to just be cautious. I spent some time looking through the 2 years I've been a trustee, and I can't remember if it was 7 or 8 or 9 different times in those 2 years where we added professional development opportunities to the general budget, I guess, and just for us to be mindful of that as we continue to do that. I know this is a low-cost expense item, but just to put that in our minds.
You have Trustee Yegus and then Trustee Gimmer.
I think rural caucus is an important area that we should all be, that we should be involved with, either through the information we get or going to it if possible. Because I really feel that this area is something that directly involves us as a rural division. And so I would like to see this coming out of the general budget. Plus the fact we got 2 people running in this, and I'd like to, as a general meeting. And so I think we should all, if they want to, they don't have to, I guess, but if they want to go to this meeting, that we should be going to this meeting.
Thank you. So I agree with Trustee Yegus, and I just wanted to add that rural equity is very important, and this is our opportunity. I don't think it's necessarily professional development for us trustees. I think it's more than that, because we are a rural division, and especially with all of the things going on in the political environment right now with regards to education, rural voice is going to be more and more important, and this is where we're going to be able to offer that up.
Thank you. If there isn't any other discussion before I allow Trustee Hodges to close, I would just add that depending on timing of it, there might be no cost because of how we remunerate in that, depending on what other meetings we have that day. It could, for all intents and purposes, come at no cost. And it is, as Trustee Churchin said, a low cost, if anything, because there's no travel and there's no other incidental costs involved with it because we have other meetings and are already up there. So appreciate the discussion from the board, and I'll turn it over to Trustee Hodges to close.
Thanks. You just said everything I wanted to say.
With that, we'll call the question on that the Board of Trustees approve all board members to attend the Rural Caucus FGM on November 16th, 2025. All those in favor? Carried, thank you. And I neglected to throw out a plug here. I as involved with the Rural Caucus, get to help set the agenda. And one of the things that we are going to be presented on is have our amazing Director of Communications and Cultural Engagement, Carly Bond, presenting up there in Edmonton. So really excited that she'll be part of the agenda, sharing her expertise and knowledge with all our rural counterparts. So excited for the board to go up there and support in that as well. So thank you. Moving on in our agenda to E4, Alberta School Boards Association FGM session. The Alberta School Boards Association Governance and TIBA meeting, Teacher Employer Bargaining Association, will be held in the afternoon on November 18th, 2025. Trustee Hodges will discuss board attendance. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the following trustees to attend the ASBA governance and TIBA meeting on November 18th, 2025. Turn it over to Trustee Hodges.
Thank you. Normally, ASBA doesn't usually hold meetings in the afternoon on Tuesdays after their sessions. Usually it goes till noon, but this year they have offered a governance session. And then there's also a TIBA meeting open to trustees to be able to attend that. So I just thought if anybody wanted to attend any of those meetings, then approval would be needed. And so it just for that process of our board, I'm just putting the motion on the floor for whoever wants to attend.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Can I get a show of hands? Anyone would be seeking attendance?
Point of information, what time does this go to? I didn't see it.
I believe it was 3 o'clock.
Okay.
Was approximate, like it was going to be 2 hour-ish, depending on, yeah.
I can just double check here. I can look it up.
Perfect. Trustee Charchin?
Do we have any description of what those sessions are going to entail?
It was emailed out.
Dr. Abboud's shared the email with everybody. All trustees received it. And so there was, I don't think there was a big descriptor on it, but just, hold on a sec here. Oh,
Trustee
I
Charles.
clicked
Just
on
kind
the-
of hard to
I clicked
say
on the
you want to
French
attend
one.
something and not knowing what it's going to entail.
So it is says, ASBA consultants, so at 12 p.m., Terry Gunderson and Robert Martine, Board Orientation, Board Superintendent Relationships, Dr. Rita Marler and Carl German, Board Chairs Orientation from 12 p.m. 1:15 is a break. 1:30 is Provincial Bargaining Coordination Office, Introduction to the Teachers Employee Bargaining Association, open to all trustees. It doesn't have an end time.
Thank you. So as always, you can seek approval, and if it's not something that you end up going to, it doesn't cost the board anything, I believe. It's just a free option. It would just only be the time it takes to attend it. So I would encourage anyone who's on the fence or thinking about it to put your name forward, and then if you choose not to, then you have approval. Trustee Gimber?
Yeah, please add my name.
Okay, show of hands. Yeah, anyone who would like to? Yeah. So we had Trustee Hodges, Gimber, Trustee Burdette, myself, and Trustee Charchin. No, I totally understand weather and time, and it's a long ways after a long few days in Edmonton. It just seems like things get expanded all the time. I wish it was something virtual offered later on, but that's important feedback that we could give to them about tacking things on to an end of a long meeting. But Trustee Long.
Yeah, I would ask the trustees that attend if they could get a chance at a meeting of the whole to present. For myself, it would be a big expense to the board because I would stay another night. And it is after there has been quite a few days. So, but I would like to know what goes on, so I'd ask that somebody do a presentation at a meeting of the whole.
Thank you. We'll add that to the work plan list. Trustee Yegus.
And I totally agree with that. I have to do what Trustee Long does because I'm driving up with him, so unless I want to walk back.
You have the co-pilot duties. Nikki, could you add myself to the list as well, please? Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion that the Board of Trustees approves the following trustees to attend the ASBA Governance and TIBA meeting on November 18th. If there's no other discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Policy 8, Trustee Gimber will discuss Board Policy 8 regarding trustee orientation, and the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees amend Policy 8.6.1.B.K to read trustee orientation. Trustee Gimber, are you willing to make that motion?
Yes.
And are you prepared to speak to it?
Sure. So just in reviewing the policy, for some reason, K was empty, and we think that it was probably trustee orientation that was in there. Regardless, trustee orientation is not listed, and it needs to be, so this is just putting what I think is trustee orientation back where it belongs.
Any discussion? Seeing none, would you like to close, Trustee Gimber?
I'm fine, thanks.
We'll call the question, though, that the Board of Trustees recommend amending policy 8.6.1.B.K to read trustee orientation. All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Moving on to ASBA Friends of Education. We have a large message there that I will not read, but I will read the recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve submitting Mr. Carlson's name and an amazing contribution to our students and community for the ASBA Friends of Education, and allow Trustee Gimber to move it and speak to the amazing nomination.
Thank you. I actually feel like I should read it. So Mr. Carlson has for decades been supplying pumpkins as a donation. He grows them, and then he donates them to the school, Stavely school students every year. And I guess I was not around back then, but apparently this has been going on even when it was a junior high school. He would donate the pumpkins, and then the home ec program there would cook them over the winter. And he's in his 80s now, and tomorrow will be the last time that he'll be delivering the pumpkins. So I would just like to publicly thank him for his years supporting Stavely and the entire LRSD, because you support one place, everybody feels it, right? And I would like to the board to consider putting his name forward for the Friends of Education Award as well.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Any discussion? Trustee Charchin?
Sure. I feel your love, Trustee Gimber. 7 years as the principal in Stavely, and watching Mr. Carlson back in a trailer load of pumpkins where every kid in the school went home with one. And there were kids that were so excited because they didn't have a pumpkin. And, you know, whether you think that's a big deal or not, it's a big deal to little people. So I think this is brilliant to bring him up and to nominate him for the Education Award as well. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Point of information, can we still nominate him this year for it, or is the nominations closed?
No, I'm quite sure that the nominations are closed for this year, but I was going to suggest maybe that the awards committee that has just been formed maybe consider putting something together to nominate him formally when the next ASBA one comes up, unless there's a better process to do this.
And just as an aside for future, part of the discussion I'd like to have is, like, is there a limit now that it's moved to the zone? We don't have to have this right now, but is there a limit to the number that the zone accepts? Or is there a limit to the number of that the board can submit on it? So that's something I think we could add to agenda committee of the whole to have a discussion around, but thank you, Trustee Gimber, for bringing this forward. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve submitting Mr. Carlson's name and amazing contribution to our students and community for the ASBA Friends of Education Awards. Trustee Gimber, would you like to close? We will call the question then. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you so much, Trustee Gimber, for bringing that motion forward and for the board supporting it. Trustee Gimber is seeking approval for running for position on rural caucus, and this is going to be number E7. Recommendations that the Board of Trustees approve Trustee Gimber running for a position on rural caucus. Would you like to speak to that, Trustee Gimber?
Sure, just very briefly, I'll just say that I'm looking for more opportunities to become more involved. Rural education during this last campaign has really started to tug more and more at my heartstrings, and I think that this is somewhere where I can make a big difference and continue learning as well. So I would like the opportunity to put my name forward to be on the executive for Rural Caucus.
Thank you. Any discussion? Trustee Charchin?
Just for clarity for our viewers, is there an expense to Livingstone Range for that to happen?
No, I can speak to that. In policy, it says anytime there is a one board, one vote position, you need permission from your board to run. If it is something else in education that the board doesn't have a say in, you need to just inform them that you've applied to that. So great question. There is no expense to the board. The board, Rural Caucus covers the expenses per diem. Trustee Yegas.
I was on Rural Caucus one time, and everything that you do is paid through Rural Caucus. And remember, all the boards that belong to Rural Caucus put in money for it, but there is no expense to the board per se.
Okay, I just want to say before turning over to Trustee Gimmer closing, I appreciate her putting her name forward. I think rural education is extremely important, especially with everything that's going on. And we have a history in our board of stepping up to those provincial achievements with Trustee Yegas previously sitting on this board and myself. I think that it's amazing to have your willingness to run for this position. So I would ask if there's anything else you'd like to add in closing.
No, that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question that the board approve Trustee Gimber approval to run for a position on Rural Caucus. All those in favor? Carried. I will remove myself from the chair for this next one. Well, Trustee Burdette to have a third kick at the can.
Third kick. Okay. That the Board of Trustees approve Trustee Toon to run for position of Rural Caucus. Trustee Toon, do you want to speak to that?
Thank you. Really appreciate the opportunity I've had to be chair of Rural Caucus. At this time, I don't intend to run for chair, but really want to make sure that I'm available and sitting on the board to help transition. I saw the challenges that it was having the chair step away and not being at arm's length when this is such a chair-dominated group, having a banker board and things like that. So I really want to make sure that it's a smooth transition. So they stagger the terms of the positions. Some are 1 year, some are 2 years, so we have some continuity. So I believe there's going to be 4 positions opening up, chair, vice, and then 2 of the directors. So just would like to put my name forward for a position as well so we can get on the board. I'll make sure that I'm not running against Trustee Gimber for the same position, because I know our board says only one person can run for the same position. So I'll discuss with her which one I run for and make sure that we at least get somebody on there, because I really hope she's successful in doing it, because she'd be amazing.
Okay. Any discussion on this matter? Seeing none?
Could I?
Yes, you
I'd
could.
just like to ask a question that if you're not going to run for chair again, that means that everything that you've been doing with our in terms of the expenses and everything else are going to have to change to another board now, right?
I can speak to that. Sure. So recently the decision was made to contract out the services to ASBA for the banker board portion of it, that was one of the things that I really felt strongly about, having continuity. And it's a really burdensome thing to put on a division. It's been amazing that our board has supported that. And Nikki's been amazing in the role of administration of that. I think that for continuity's sake and for sustainability of the group, we need to make sure that it isn't beholden on people who already have full-time day jobs and other things to be doing this work. It's a lot for our staff to do, and I've appreciated the time that ours have done it, and for Chinook's Edge before that, but it is just a struggle when you get a turnover with elections with trustees on what happens and getting the information and the challenges of that to the new people. So great question, Trustee Yegus. The intent would be that it would be moved over to ASBA going forward as a contracted service under ASBA. And yeah, so
Okay, any more discussion? So the approval, Trustee Toon, approval to run for the rural caucus. Let's see, that the Board of Trustees approve Trustee Toon to run for the position of rural caucus. All in favor? Carried. Back to you.
thank you, Trustee Burdette. Moving on to E9, Trustee Hodges, that the Board of Trustees approve Trustee Hodges to run for a position on Zone 6. Would you like to speak to that, Trustee Hodges?
Perfect, thanks. The FGM is coming up for Zone 6, and so all positions are open for running. That means all committees and chair and vice chair. I'm seeking some committee positions, and so I just want to have approval to be able to run, to put my name forward. That is it.
Any discussion? Just want to say, Trustee Hodges, I really appreciate your willingness to support the zone. You've done a ton of work with the handbook and previously zone chair, so I know it's been important for you to be involved with that and your willingness to continue to serve in any capacity. I appreciate that. Would you like to close? The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve Trustee Hodges to run for a position on ASBA Zone 6. Moved by Trustee Hodges. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Moving on to our last action item, and this is from Trustee Hodges, that the recommendation is that the Rural Caucus Committee members seek approval to attend all meetings in the future. Is that all Rural Caucus meetings? If we could just, add all Rural Caucus meetings. And would you like to speak to that?
Sure, thank you. Just in looking at our committees, we have the rep and an alternate, and I feel like if we're going to have an alternate, they need to be able to be part of these meetings. Otherwise, there's no point in having an alternate on this committee. And so in lieu of Trustee Gimber even putting her name forward to potentially have a position maybe on the Rural Caucus, it'd be really important for the alternate to be able to capture all the meeting minutes and be able to share back with the board. I also feel like we're already up in Edmonton they're always tied to the FGM and SGMs, so there's no additional cost to driving up there as it's part of it. And usually the FGM and SGMs have meetings in the Sunday afternoon also, so it could be tied into those meetings as well. So I can't see this as a great additional cost to the board, but I do feel it's important for all the reasons stated before about it being part of Rural Caucus.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Any discussion? Trustee Yegus?
I could just like to mention that Rural Caucus Conference Symposium, there also is a meeting at that time. So that would be an extra PD that I guess you didn't have to attend it. So thank you. I just thought I'd bring that up.
Any other discussion?
So does, excuse me, does this motion include the rural caucus conference as well?
It says all rural caucus meetings, so.
So there would be additional costs to rural caucus conference fees and expenses that go with that?
Only if the other person wasn't actually attending the conference, then potentially there could be, yes.
Seeking a point of clarity here, where if it says that both members are able to attend, you mentioned that if the other person is not able to attend, then there would be a cost. If we're approving both attending, then we're approving the cost of both people attending, everything, not if they can't attend. If we're approving two people to attend, it doesn't matter if one can attend or not. We're approving the cost of both people attending. Is that correct?
So you're saying if one can't attend, you're still going to pay for two to attend?
That's what the motion, that's what my interpretation of the motion says, that.
I'm just saying, is as an alternate on the committee to be able to attend all meetings with the rural caucus. But if the alternate can't attend, then it would just be, like, I'm not going to put a motion out there to pay for two people to go if only one person can attend. I'm just saying that as a committee, if both people can attend this, they both should be remunerated. But I think it's important for the alternate to attend meetings too. So I guess I see what you're saying, Trustee Toon. But I'm not saying that they have to be paid, both of them, if one can't go, though.
Yeah, no, that wasn't the question.
Okay, sorry, I'm
Okay.
lost a little bit here now.
Any other discussion? Trustee Charchin and then Trustee Long?
Sorry, I'm still a little confused. When you were talking, Trustee Hodges, you mentioned that the meetings would be attached to ASBA Fall General Meeting and Spring General Meeting. So therefore, there wouldn't be much for additional costs. But if we're also adding on the rural caucus conference, if that's what we're doing, then there are more significant, substantial, that's a good word, costs. So just want to clarify. And the way it reads is we're talking about rural caucus meetings, and I think that's a little bit different than meetings and conference.
The conference is totally separate from the rural caucus. It's a rural caucus symposium. It's something completely different than the rural caucus. So I'm not trying to include both of those in this, but this is just the committee.
Yeah, still clarification, Trustee Hodges. So you're talking about the rural caucus meeting that takes place before the AGM twice a year?
Any other discussion? Before we close, I would just, as chair, say that I'm opposed to the motion as it reads. I think this is a substantial cost to our board because the additional meeting in the winter isn't attached to FGM or SGM, so it's a cost to go to Edmonton. Correct, it isn't part of the Rural Education Symposium, but technically there is a rural caucus meeting before that. So you'd be remunerating somebody to drive to Edmonton, whether they were going to that conference or not. And I think that's a pretty big expense. I've paid out of pocket for the last couple of years to go to that, not on rural caucuses dime or our own boards. So I think it can add up to $1,000 cost just attending that meeting, not even the conference. So I think that was something that we have reps and alternates for a reason. It's nice to attend stuff, but I think the added cost of that in there is why I'd be voting against the motion. Trustee Hodges, would you like to close? Okay, seeing the mover has not asked to close, we'll call the question that the Board of Trustees approve the Rural Caucus Committee members seek approval to attend all Rural Caucus meetings in the future, and that is moved by Trustee Hodges. All those in favor? All those opposed? That is defeated. Thank you. We'll move on in our agenda to discussion items. F1, the 2025-2026 actual enrollment numbers. We have Mr. Perry presenting, Associate Superintendent of Business Services. Will review the actual September 30th enrollment numbers. Turn the floor over to you, Mr. Perry.
Okay. Nikki, do you want to, I provided two documents to the board in their agenda package. The first one that's being presented is our actual September 30th enrollment versus our prior year actual. And then the document that we'll look at after this is our September 30th actual versus what we actually projected, because that typically has an impact on the revenue that whether we're up or down kind of thing. So this is a similar document that we've provided in the past, and you've had opportunity to look at it. So I'll just go through the highlights real quick. It's broken out by school and then by community, so you can see the overall impact of the community. This year we have a reduction in the number of students. For the last few years, we've actually been not a lot of ups or downs, so pretty steady with regards to our enrollment, just a little bit up, a little bit down. Some of our projections have been conservative, and so we've experienced additional revenue through the year. However, in this particular year, we are looking at a decrease in our overall projections, or our overall enrollment compared to the prior year. So if you just want to go to the bottom part of the document, you can see that, actually, if I'll just just go up a little bit. Yeah, right there. So the first green area is the subtotal of all the schools. So that doesn't take into account home education, virtual school, or anything of that nature. So you can see that we're down 62.43 students from the prior year. In some cases, we had larger grades that were leaving and not as many coming in. We know in the previous year, our ECS numbers were quite low. So those numbers moving into grade 1 were a lower number than what we likely had leaving at the other end. There are other rationale for that as well. But one thing I'll bring to your attention is if you look at the international students line, which is just above the green line, we're up 20 students. So if international was exactly what it was in the prior year, we'd still be down 82 students FTE, which is quite significant. And then you can see below that our virtual school. So we're down with homeschool and virtual school, we're down just about 6 students. So overall, the FTE, and when we say FTE is, ECS is considered part-time, so half-time. Homeschool is considered 0.25. Everybody else is considered a 1.0. That's how we equate to 68.32 because of when we convert it into FTE. So overall, from the prior year, we're 68.32 down. If you just scroll down a little bit, this is our head count. So again, FTE takes into account whether you're full-time or not full-time. The overall head count down is 58 students. So you can see that the middle column where ECS head count was 217. Yeah, right where your arrow is right there, 217 in the prior year. In the current year, we have 248 students in ECS. So you can see how when they move grade 1 last year, that's where we experienced a decrease. So this year, compared to prior year, we're up in ECS, but down significantly, almost 80 students in grades 1 to 12. Head count and virtual, we're down 13 students. Home education, we're down almost 2 students down, almost 2 students up in home education. So I won't go into, we can go to the top of the document now, Nikki, again. And you can see where we're down in some of those areas. Some of them would have been anticipated, but not all of them. And we'll look at the projection sheet and we'll identify where it was anticipated and where it wasn't. So any questions about the prior year, or you want me to jump into projections and we can go from there. So, it's a little bit of a better story, but it's a consistent story in that we're still down significantly from projections. So we'll jump down to the yellow or to the green line item. So instead of 62, we're down about 51 FTE students in schools. That takes into account that international students are still up 20, so we're down about 71 students from above in our regular schools. Still about 7 students down in the virtual and home education for a total of 58 student FTE down, which represents a 51 head count. So we can go to the top of the document now and maybe speak to a little bit of the changes. I don't want to take too much of your time, but throughout this document, when I asked schools why there was a trend downward, a lot of it was students moving that they weren't aware of, or choosing to go to other schools in some scenarios. So when we look at the Nanton school, decanting was an area that impacted the number of students attending their school. And so AB Daly is down 19. At least half of those students were left because of decanting. Other families moved, and because we're a rural, relatively small jurisdiction, when a family moves and takes 2 or 3 kids, it's a lot for that school and can add up real quickly. But between the 2 schools, decanting would probably be the number 1 item there, and the rest would be students moving out of the community or going to other schools. Stavely, good news, we're pretty even there, but up 1.5 compared to what they had projected. Clara's Home overall is down about 10 students. The majority of that is in the elementary. And again, most of that was from either moving to homeschool or moving out of the community. Granham is down 7.5, and when a family moves out of Granham, it certainly impacts the number of students there. And so the majority of that is moved or decided to go another school closer or within the reasonable drive for them. And 1 student chose to do that, and the family sent all 4 of their students to another school. Fort McLeod, the majority of the decrease is in our high school, where we were down 15 from the prior year, anticipated to grow and did not. We're down 15, and because of where the strike is, I don't have the entire rationale for that one. They were still trying to figure it out when the strike started, and so I'm not sure where that is. I can anticipate that there's lots of back and forth in between schools in that one. Matthew Halton's the same. They're down 18.8. Pincher Creek is about down 12 altogether. Livingstone's good news, it's up 6. Crow's Nest Pass is down 8 overall, but down 15 from Horace Allen, and they have a lower ECS than they anticipated, and some have moved out of the area as well. So for the most part, our outreach has been stable, our colonies are stable. Our colonies are actually up from the prior year, but down from what they projected. And again, we have 20 international students more than we anticipated at the beginning of the year. So That is the details with regards to the enrollment, and I'll leave it there. And Board Chair, if there's any questions that might come up, I might be able to answer them.
That is quite a disclaimer there, Mr. Prairie. We all have, open it up for questions. Trustee Gimber and then Trustee Yegus.
Thank you. So I just want to be sure I'm understanding this correct. This one that you're showing us right now is the difference from the projections to what the actuals are. So these aren't actually the numbers of the kids that are in the schools right now. That was on the other.
No, the first column right here, so where it says actual, 2025-26 actual, that is the number of kids in the school. The second column is what we projected in January. So, of course, January is an early time to predict what your enrollment might be, but it's actually tied to the revenue that we get. And so this is an indication that we are down from those projections and that it will impact our current year's funding. And so we're currently looking at what that impact might be and how we can accommodate that. And we'll bring that to the board at another time.
So this spreadsheet kind of tells a story about our funding, whereas the other spreadsheet shows us a story of what our actual population numbers are.
It's the same. Column 1 is the same, what our actual numbers are, but it compares to where we were prior year.
Right.
So what changes have we been from prior year and what did we anticipate? So we're down from the prior year. We anticipated being down a little bit, but we're down more than we anticipated.
Okay, just to follow up on that, I think it'd be valuable to maybe have all three of those in one spreadsheet so it's easier for us to compare. And I'm also wondering if this can be made public, not just for people to watch this and see it up here, but actually be able to look at it online.
Yep, yeah, we could do that. I mean, it's made public by virtue of us showing it at the board meeting, but we could put it on the website or something.
Yeah, I realize that. I just know that there's people that are wanting to be able to pull it up whenever they want online. So if the board is in agreement with that, I'd like to see that as part of our transparency.
If it was suggested as part of our key messages, then I think it would be go out with our key messages. So that might be an appropriate place.
It's hard to get a lot, like adding the prior year, we can add that. It just gets really complicated. I think we'd have to take off the column that says difference because you couldn't put the difference for all of those. So we just have the actual, what our projections were and what the prior year was, and they could just see what the difference is by looking at it themselves. So if that's acceptable, I mean, that's probably what we would do.
Trustee Yegus?
Yes, and my understanding is then the actual on there would be the count at the end of September, which is the amount that is going to be sent in and what we will, with what our funding is going to be based on, right? Yeah. I would also like to know if following our the strike, if we could have some enrollment figures just to see, so we could do some comparison to see if there has been any changes in the enrollments within the schools, so we could get some actual figures, and that could be maybe in November or something after this happens, because it would be interesting to see if our figures, if our numbers stay the same within the schools.
The only thing I would say to that is it would be really challenging to get numbers to compare to this, because Alberta Education, we don't actually take enrollment and put it down. These numbers are somewhat fixed, and it's the submission that we submit to Alberta Education. We could look at manually getting additional numbers and compare that. We can look with Mel and see if we can provide that information. But we don't take another count per se when the kids come back from a strike or anything of that nature. So we'd have to look at how we would do that to determine who's actually there and if anybody left.
Any other questions?
I guess my question is that Trustee Yegus's ask or the board ask?
Great question. I think we should have a discussion maybe outside and see kind of how arduous it is to collect that kind of data. If we don't want to task administration over a random comment, but I think if it's easy to anecdotally find out, because principals usually know we lost kids coming back after COVID, same thing, a bunch of students chose to do online through others or whatnot, then maybe report back at our next meeting kind of what things are looking like when things have settled. Trustee Churchin?
I think that the numbers are maybe accessible enough, but sometimes there's a lot of guessing to the reasoning. So I'm just wondering about, will it provide us information that is actionable and useful?
Well, and one of the reasons we don't, sorry to jump in again, one of the reasons we don't take another count is because funding's dictated on who was there on September 30th and so forth. And so not a lot of effort has gone to having additional accounts.
Yeah, and I don't, oh, it'd be nice to have the actual numbers, but I would like to know I'd like to know if there has been a change. And as the chair said, if it could be in an anecdotal way or the other, just if they're about the effect of it upon our school division.
Yeah, we can certainly reach out to the principals after they're back.
Trustee Gimmer?
Respectively, I think you need to make a motion if that's what you're wanting to do, because I don't think we should have one person asking.
I'm just throwing this out there for the board to think about it at this time. I don't know if I want to make a motion to that. I guess I can, but I don't know how I can make that motion. Maybe somebody could help me if they're interested in this.
Okay. Appreciate the discussion on this. If there isn't any other questions for Mr. Perry, we'll move on. The only thing I had with the question was, I know you said there will be an adjustment in funding. Is there any penalty from the government in the difference besides the adjustment of funding? Is there a penalty for the estimate being off a certain percentage, or just the adjustment in funding based on the projected versus the actual?
Yeah. So the funding is not taken away in the current year, but it will be revised and adjusted in the next year. So it's not a penalty of any nature of that nature. It just puts you to what you should have gotten had your numbers been right on. But how we have to do it accounting wise, even though the dollars are not taken away from us as far as cash flow, we have to recognize that in our financial statements and say we owe money back to the government. And so we will have the cash this year, but our financial statements will create a payable back to the government for the amount that we owe back, which ends up being an expense in the current year or a reduction of revenue, I guess, in the current year. So no penalty, it's just reconciled at the end of the year. And so we have to now put those dollars aside so that we can pay them back, so it doesn't have to be taken out of our next year's funding, if that makes sense.
Thank you for that. If there isn't any other questions, we'll move on. Thank you, Mr. Perry, for that information. We appreciate you bringing that forward. We'll move on to calendar changes. Our superintendent, Mr. Sean Beaton, will discuss potential changes to divisional calendar to address lost learning time due to the ATA strike.
Thank you, Chair Toon. So obviously, our students have lost instructional time over the last few weeks given job action by the ATA. And as the board approves the calendar, we felt that it was important to come to you to discuss two dates. The first being October 31st, which is on our current calendar as an inter-school collaboration day. So it's an operational day, but not instructional day. The second day is November 10th, which is division day. Again, operational, but not instructional. It's our contention, after speaking with Deputy Super Feller and Learning Services, that Our concern is, let me rephrase, we anticipate students back into our buildings sometime this week, albeit we can't predict when that might be. But if we said it was Wednesday, coming back on Wednesday and then to be off again on Friday, I think poses two potential problems. First, in terms of lost instructional time already. Second, optically with our parent community in having a day off, having 2 days back and then a day off right away, I think presents a challenge that I'd like to talk about. And in terms of the Division Day in November, that is a staff-led and for the most part organized day. I think that continuing with that day as planned presents a lot of difficulty for the PD committee to put together, to have all of these sessions planned and organized and able to run in a very effective manner. So again, as well, lost instructional time, I'm not sure if the best option is to have that day as planned in the calendar. So both myself and Deputy Feller can answer any of your questions or any of the discussion points that you might have.
Amber?
Personally, I think it's a great idea to put the kids back in the classroom, so thank you for looking into that for us and suggesting it.
Thank you.
Trustee Hodges?
Yeah, I agree. I think we'll hear a lot of parent concern if we didn't address that a little bit. And so I feel like, although, you know, teachers do require their PD and everything, I do feel like this is absolutely a better option.
I would agree with those changes too. I concur.
Trustee Yegus?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think parents are going to be happier.
Seeing no more questions, just a question around future dates into the new year. I know there's been talk of some around February breaks and things like that going away. Is that something that is still in discussion on those as well?
Yes, it is. And one of the things in speaking with neighboring divisions, there was no division that had a day as quick as we did coming back potentially. Other divisions are waiting to hear back from Alberta Education as to the language and in terms of the negotiated return, specifically in terms of outcomes. It's my understanding at this point that Minister Nicolaides has indicated that all learning outcomes will still be required for teachers to work through. January diploma exams will be taking place as scheduled, as are November diploma exams. So, albeit they are optional, schools that had students writing had to provide space to do so. I anticipate that there will not be a change to the January diploma exams. And so in terms of future calendar adjustments, I think my recommendation would be to see what the government says potentially this afternoon or tomorrow. We know that legislation is being tabled today to bring teachers back, but I think in terms of future adjustments, we need to wait to see what the government gives us. But for now, in the immediacy, we need to make a decision about this Friday and Division Day for sure.
Thank you for that. We will move on in our agenda to F3, Alberta School Board Association. Trustee Hodges will provide information regarding the upcoming ASBA zone and fall general meeting. Don't you love when you set the agenda and put your name on there?
I guess the ASBA zone, they have a orientation for the zone members. Do you have the date on that one?
Yeah, that's this Wednesday.
This Wednesday for anybody who is wanting to see what the zone is. They're going to talk about committees and what's up and coming and what the election is going to look like prior to their FGM. And so they have that coming up. And then their fall general meeting falls on the third Wednesday. Oh, no, what is it? November 5th, sorry, yes. So then the FGM would be on November 5th, and that's where the elections will take place. And so I think that was probably it. I don't know why my name was there, but.
No, appreciate.
Maybe
Sure.
trustee, sorry, Chair. Maybe trustee Gimber, if she had anything else she wanted to add, because she's the rep.
Thank you for sharing those dates out. Seeing there isn't any more discussion on that one. We'll move on to F4, substantive motions. The Board of Trustees will review substantive motions. Going forward, I think that this will be placed in our consent agenda. It's just something that we want to keep on the forefront of things that are ongoing, and so it can be pulled. But if there was any other comments on this, this is something that our chair and vice have done great in the past of looking at these to make sure we're keeping on track, but most board members aren't seeing it on an ongoing basis. So we had discussion about including it in the agenda package so it can always be accessed on. Sometimes we come up on the fly and change motions that weren't in the package, so you can go back and kind of reflect and see what the wording was and how it was passed and what progress is going on it. So appreciate everybody's work on that. We will now.
I just wanted to say thank you for the clarity, because when I read the Board of Trustees will review these, I didn't know what critical eye to look through. So thank you for that clarification.
And I appreciate the feedback going forward. I think we'll try and expand the wording a little bit. Nikki does an amazing job of trying to capture what our conversations are, but if we're not giving enough information there, if we're not providing rationale for when people read through, how are we going to discuss this? Trustee Gimber and then Trustee Long.
Thank you. I actually took some time during our campaign to look through all of the substantive motions for the last 4 years and noticed that there's actually several that we haven't actually done anything with. And I was going to maybe suggest that the method of accountability, since we need to be accountable for ourselves, take it upon themselves to go through that list and maybe bring it up at a meeting of the whole or something. It's just a suggestion. I mean, I could make a motion for it, but just pointing out that there's several on there that haven't been addressed or put into motion.
If you'd like to make a motion, that's great. If not, go ahead.
Okay, I'll make a motion. I would like to direct, the board directs the method of accountability committee to review the last 4 years of substantive motions and bring them forward, those forward that have not been completed, to a meeting of the whole.
Okay, we have motion rising. Is there any opposition to having it on the floor? Okay, all those in favor of placing this on the agenda? That is carried. Would you like to speak to Trustee Gimmer?
I feel like I already just did, so.
Perfect. Any discussion?
Thank you for making that motion. I noticed, I think toward the end of June, when I was looking through motions and going, hey, wait a minute, we made this motion, but we haven't done anything about it. So I think that's a great way to review them and bring them to our attention again. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor? Carried, thank you. That brings us to the end of our agenda. Oh, go ahead, Trustee Long.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. I do not see any place on here for key messages or media release.
Great catch, Trustee Long. We will do our key messages before we bring it forward. So traditionally, for everyone's awareness, we already do any presentations. So we didn't have any formal presentations this time. So if there's any suggestions on there, Trustee Long.
No, I'm not. I promise I won't. I actually just have a point of information. Before we move on to the key messages, I just wondered if we needed a motion to assign schools, as we're gonna, if teachers are coming back in next week potentially, or this week potentially, school councils will start back up again. And so I think trustees need to know what schools they're being assigned to. So I'm just asking the board if we feel like we should have that motion arising for business on this right now.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. I just got an email from my school council, or from the school council in Livingston, that their meeting is next week, so.
Okay,
Sorry, Nikki.
trustee Churchin.
Yep, that's me. And not to forget our colony placements as well.
So what would be the recommendation from the board on how to handle this? You want to do this a motion right now, break for 5 minutes and come back with it?
Whatever the chair decides.
It's up to the board. We can, trustee Long?
Each ward could just take 5 minutes to discuss it and then come back and give their recommendation.
Okay. Are we just doing the schools right now? We can do the colonies at the November meeting? Okay, we'll do a notice of motion for colony meetings, or colony visits, and we'll decide, I'll do a motion arising from business around school assignments.
Okay, we'll recess for 5 minutes and come back. Thank you.
We're already done.
Yes. Okay, we'll make sure that's on the list. Okay, so we have JT. That one is, okay, we have Tune and then AB Daily. You correct? I thought that's what, and then the other ones were this. Are you comfortable with the same? So it would be this, and that, and then Carla would be that, and West Meadow should be this. Those two. You're at those three. Both that. Okay.
Brad, shut your mic off.
All right, we call us back to order. And we have a motion to approve our schools assignments. If everybody wants to just, we'll go through the list. We have AB Daily is Trustee Charchin. JT Foster, Trustee Charchin and Toon. Stavely, we have Trustee Gimber. West Meadow, we have Trustee Gimber. Willow Creek, we have Trustee Toon. And Grantham, we have Trustee Charchin. Livingstone, we have Trustee Yegus. Is that Trustee Yegus?
Yes.
Yeah. I thought so. Trustee Long for Horace Allen and Crow's Nest Consolidated. And then Board 3, Trustee Burdette and Hodges. Okay, we have our list of trustees there. Can I get a motion to accept the trustee assignments for the 2025-2026 school year as presented? Trustee Yegus. Any discussion? And the colony schools will be assigned and presented at our next meeting. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Moving on to our key messages. We had a request for enrollment numbers. You part of that? Any other requests? Trustee Hodges?
Trustee Gimber also wanted to make a request that we have the pumpkins on there, the Friends of, yeah, just we can have that on there too.
Thank you for that. Any other?
I don't know. Should we put the calendar changes on there? Did that,
Trustee Yegus. Yep.
I, the calendar changes be so that we could talk about that at the,
Trustee Hodges and then Trustee Long.
say something. Okay.
Just along.
Do we want to mention that we're going to work towards a student trustee program? I think people would be interested in that.
Thank you for the suggestions. Moving on to press release. I think enrollment numbers is something that was mentioned. And seeing no other suggestions, we'll move on to our in-camera. Can I get somebody to make the motion at, I shut my phone off. Trustee Hodges, 3:12. And just for awareness, Trustee Gimber will be joining on the phone because she needed to make it to the amazing football game that's going to go on. So appreciate everybody's patience as we get everything ironed out through the process, and we will move to in camera. All those in favor? Carried.